Chapter 3798. There were some things that Duan Lingtian couldn't control. Take what Linghu Renjia had done for him, for example. He didn't know that the 3 years he spent in the Linghu family's secret room had caused the Linghu family to suffer such a huge loss. Moreover, it was enough to affect Linghu Renjia's position as the head of the family. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't have continued to stay in there. Even if Linghu Renjia told him, he could understand and wouldn't drag Linghu Renjia down. But the problem was, from the beginning to the end, Linghu Renjia had never told him about his difficulties. Such a favor, if it was a heartless person, might have felt that Linghu Renjia was thinking too much. However, Duan Lingtian couldn't do that. He accepted this favor. That was why he had made a 100-year promise with the Linghu family's elder guild. Within 100 years, no matter the cost, I will definitely let him return to his position as the head of the family. Duan Lingtian's gaze was unprecedentedly firm. After a while, he finally regained his senses under Xue Haichuan's puzzled gaze. Xue Haichuan didn't know what he was thinking and why he was distracted. However, Xue Haichuan didn't ask too much. Instead, he changed the topic back to the inner sect disciple test in front of him. Lil Tian, your opponents this time should be these people. The way Xue Haichuan addressed Duan Lingtian had also changed as their relationship deepened. Now the people Xue Haichuan pointed at were the core disciple of the Thousand Demons sect, Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua clan, and the third young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Jianchen. This girl is not ordinary. From the beginning to the end, very few people surprised Xue Haichuan. However, his gaze was attracted by a girl in the end. Duan Lingtian looked over and recognized her immediately. I heard that this girl is the 7th disciple of the leader of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. People call her Miss 7. 10,000 Flower Valley? Duan Lingtian had only said it casually. He never expected that after Xue Haichuan heard his words, his originally indifferent expression instantly fell into a daze. It was as if he had recalled something. What? Brother Haichuan, are you on good terms with the 10,000 Flower Valley? Duan Lingtian saw some clues. Xue Haichuan returned to his senses and shook his head with a sigh. I used to have a friend from the 10,000 Flower Valley, but it's been a long time since we last met. After he finished speaking, Xue Haichuan's gaze turned much gentler as he looked at the 7th young lady of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Similar. Too similar. Although Xue Haichuan deliberately lowered his voice, Duan Lingtian still heard it clearly. It seemed that this brother Haichuan had a deep relationship with the 10,000 Flower Valley. Following this, Xue Haichuan's mood seemed to be rather downcast. Duan Lingtian did not speak either as he quietly observed the progress of the inner sect disciple assessment. After several rounds of assessment, quite a few people were eliminated one after another. From start to finish, Xue Haichuan's attention was completely focused on the 10,000 Flower Valley disciple named 7th young lady. His intoxicated and somewhat infatuated gaze made Duan Lingtian wonder if this brother Haichuan had some sort of relationship with this 7th young lady. What was certain was that this was the first time Xue Haichuan had seen this 7th young lady. The reason why he had this suspicion was because Xue Haichuan had already said similar, too similar many times. As time passed, the inner sect disciple assessment came to an end. As for Ho Qingning and Morong Yingyue, under Dongfang Yinyan's unintentional care, they successfully passed the assessment and became inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan. It's over. When the inner sect disciple assessment came to an end, the mirror image disappeared. Only then did Xue Haichuan come back to his senses. Duan Lingtian discovered that at this moment, a small tear appeared at the corner of Xue Haichuan's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was evaporated by divine power. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian's sharp eyes, he wouldn't have noticed it. This made Duan Lingtian even more certain that Xue Haichuan and this 7th young lady had some sort of relationship. Moreover, the other party was most likely a girl, and even looked very similar to 7th young lady. However, this 7th young lady is wearing a veil. When brother Haichuan says they look alike, he should be referring to the shape of their bodies, as well as the exposed eyes, forehead, and nose. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Little Tian. Xue Haichuan didn't know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Seeing that the inner sect disciple assessment had come to an end, he looked towards Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, I need to protect Big Brother, so I won't be going to the Hidden Dragon competition with you. However, I will use the formation mirror image to observe from afar. Strive to obtain first place. Even the current me is moved by the reward for obtaining first place. As he finished speaking, Xue Haichuan once again looked towards Duan Lingtian with a deeper gaze. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up. He naturally knew that Xue Haichuan wasn't someone who spoke without thinking. Since he had said so, then the first place of the Hidden Dragon competition would definitely have other extraordinary rewards besides the Emperor Ascension Elixir. I will do my best. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. There's one more thing. Suddenly, Xue Haichuan seemed to have thought of something. Looking towards Duan Lingtian, his expression became slightly serious. If you encounter that 7th young lady from the 10,000 Flower Valley during the Hidden Dragon competition, I hope you can show mercy if you have the upper hand, and she is unwilling to admit defeat. As his voice fell, he added, If I'm not wrong, she should be the descendant of an old friend of mine. The descendant of an old friend. Xue Haichuan's words further verified Duan Lingtian's guess, and Duan Lingtian naturally agreed to Xue Haichuan's request. To him, this was merely a matter of lifting his hand. Stay here and chat with me for a while. Later, senior brother Dongfang will come over. At that time, he will bring you new inner sect disciples to your temporary residence in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range. Xue Haichuan's place of cultivation wasn't in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range, but in another mountain range adjacent to the Firing Dragon Mountain Range. However, the two of them were very close to each other, and not far away was the intersection of the two mountain ranges. After about an hour, Dongfang Yannian arrived. Under Xue Haichuan's intentional promotion, the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Yannian became much closer after chatting for a while. Dongfang Yannian addressed Duan Lingtian as Little Tian, and Duan Lingtian addressed him as Big Brother Yannian. Originally, Duan Lingtian had called him Big Brother Dongfang, but Dongfang Yannian felt that this form of address was too distant, and insisted that he should address him as Xue Haichuan. Duan Lingtian truly didn't expect that the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, one of the best of the middle-level godly emperors, would have such a childish temperament. However, after chatting for a while, Duan Lingtian felt very comfortable with Dongfang Yannian's forthrightness and casualness, and he further approved of this person. After about a few hours, the sky gradually darkened, and Duan Lingtian finally left Xue Haichuan's place of cultivation with Dongfang Yannian, heading towards the temporary residence of the new inner sect disciples in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range. The temporary residence of the new inner sect disciples was located within a valley, and there were a few buildings halfway up the mountain around the valley. The upper echelons of the various godly emperor-level organizations, as well as some elders of the new inner sect disciples, were all temporarily living there. The Hidden Dragon competition would only begin in 3 days. Little Tian, then we'll meet again in 3 days. Dongfang Yannian sent Duan Lingtian all the way to the air above the valley, then bid farewell to Duan Lingtian with a smile. All right. Duan Lingtian replied. When Dongfang Yannian left, Duan Lingtian could sense that quite a few gazes were directed at him from below. They were surprisingly some of the new inner sect disciples, as well as some of the upper echelons of the godly emperor-level organizations. Duan Lingtian. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, Ho Qingning stepped into the air, arriving by his side in the blink of an eye. You knew that Elder Dongfang long ago? Why do I feel like you're very familiar with him? Ho Qingning's eyes were filled with curiosity. Brother Yannian is Brother Haichuan's friend. Today, when you were going through the inner sect disciple entrance examination, I was with Brother Haichuan. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. When you were going through the inner sect disciple entrance procedures, until just now he was with Brother Haichuan and me. So that's how it is. Ho Qingning suddenly understood. In the past, when they were chatting, he also knew that Duan Lingtian and Xue Haichuan knew each other, and that Duan Lingtian and Xue Haichuan's relationship was quite good. Ho Qingning quickly changed the topic, sighing. Today's examination was truly dangerous. I almost didn't pass the last examination. However, fortunately, My luck was not bad in the end, and I successfully passed. When Ho Qingning reached the end, there was even a hint of pride in his tone. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian only smiled and congratulated him. He did not tell him that Xue Haichuan had asked Dongfang Yannian for help to reduce the difficulty of the examination for him and Morong Inue. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, this was only a small matter. There was no need to mention it. There was no need to haggle over this between friends. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other new inner sect disciples were settling down in the Firing Dragon Mountain range, the inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng, who was also in the Tianlong Temple, learned of Duan Lingtian's actions in the selection today. That little bastard actually broke through and became a mid-god king? Kuang Tianzheng's expression was as ugly as it could be. If it were not for the fact that his second disciple was right in front of him, he would have already smashed the stone table in front of him. At this moment, Kuang Tianzheng was sitting in front of a stone table in a large courtyard. Opposite the stone table sat a young man in a jade-green robe. The young man was tall and muscular. His appearance was cold and handsome, and his eyebrows were sharp and sharp. He gave off a feeling of sharpness and decisiveness. He was Kuang Tianzheng's second disciple, Zhongcan. He was also the son-in-law of the Tianlong clan's vice-head Xue. Back then, if the one who died wasn't Han but him, if Han had obtained that fortune, the one who would be dazzling right now would be Han, not him. In Kuang Tianzheng's eyes, there was a mixture of anger and hatred, making him look extremely vicious. Kinner, you shouldn't have forgotten. Han, in the past, treated you like his own brother, right? Kuang Tianzheng's gaze softened slightly. He looked straight at Zhongcan and asked in a suppressed voice. Chapter 3799. Honorable Master, don't worry. Zhongcan said, I will not let my little junior apprentice brother die in vain. Honorable Master, if there is anything you need me for, feel free to ask. As long as this disciple is able to do so, I will not refuse. Zhongcan solemnly vowed. When Kuang Tianzheng heard this, a smile blossomed on his face. He had been waiting for this sentence. Honorable Master, do you have a plan? Zhongcan asked. I don't have a plan yet. Kuang Tianzheng shook his head. But, after that boy enters the sect, we cannot let him have an easy time. If we can interfere with his cultivation, that would be for the best. He isn't even 3,000 years old, yet he has such achievements. If he is allowed to continue growing, there will come a day when we won't be able to touch him even if we want to. We might even fall into a passive situation. Kuang Tianzheng said in a deep voice, his tone full of fear. We really can't let him grow. Zhongcan nodded, clearly agreeing with this. We have to find a way to make him leave the sect. That will make it easier for us or the people we find to deal with him. If he really refuses to leave the sect no matter what, we will find a way to anger him and make him sign a life or death agreement. Walking down the road of no return. It's best to make him leave the sect. Kuang Tianzheng said. Making him sign a life or death agreement isn't realistic. After all, if someone weaker than him challenges him to a life or death battle, he won't fear it. If someone is stronger than him, he won't accept it. For him to reach this step today, he definitely isn't an impulsive person. This can be seen from the time he returned to the Hidden Fog sect and forcefully killed the disciples of Old Wind and Old Thunder. As Kuang Tianzheng spoke, a trace of dread appeared in the depths of his eyes. Make him leave the sect? Zhongcan frowned. If he knows we will do something to him, he won't let go of any chance to kill him. Will he leave the sect? Normally speaking, he definitely won't. Kuang Tianzheng indifferently said. But what if he learns that the God Emperor's divine treasures, or even the Divine Sovereign's divine treasures have appeared? At that time, do you think he will be able to endure it? Zhongcan's eyes brightened. Honorable Master is wise. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, which was held once every 100 years in the Heavenly Dragon Sect, would officially begin today. At this time, not only had the Heavenly Dragon Sect's Inner Sect Disciple Entrance Exam ended, but the Outer Sect Disciple Entrance Exam had also ended. Anyone who managed to enter the Tianlong clan during this entrance examination would be able to obtain a spot to participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. In the Tianlong clan's entrance examination this time, Only 286 people successfully advanced to become inner sect disciples. 3 days later, just as Duan Lingtian stepped out of the door, he saw Ho Qingning walking towards him. When he reached his side, Ho Qingning scanned the surrounding people who were walking out of their respective residences. I heard that there are more than 500 outer sect disciples recruited this time. As Duan Lingtian nodded, his eyes lit up. He saw a graceful figure with a veil on her face. At this time, she was no longer wearing the same attire as 3 days ago. Instead, she had changed into a light blue dress. As she stood there, her temperament was otherworldly and ethereal, making it difficult for people to have any thoughts of profaning her. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw that a few youths had approached her to strike up a conversation, but the response they received was no response. The woman stood there with an indifferent gaze, as if she didn't care about her surroundings at all. However, it didn't make people feel that she was out of tune with her surroundings. Instead, it made people feel that she could blend in with the world, natural and peaceful. Sensing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Ho Qingning also glanced at the woman and said with a smile, "Since the end of the inner sect disciple assessment, many people have approached her to talk to her, but without exception, they were all rejected. To be precise, no one could make her show the slightest change in expression. It didn't matter if they tried to curry favor or flew into a rage out of humiliation. They were all ignored by her. There were also 2 people who tried to make a move on her out of humiliation. Without exception, both of them were crippled. I don't think the 2 of them will be able to participate in the Hidden Dragon competition this time." Upon hearing Ho Qingning's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile. It seemed like this young genius from the 10,000 Flower Valley, known as Miss Seven, was not an ordinary person. The woman's cold temperament reminded Duan Lingtian of Huan Er. In front of him, Huan Er was the only one who was gentle. In front of others, she was incomparably cold. She was only slightly gentler in front of his family and friends, but there was still a coldness that kept people at arm's length. Huan Er. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he thought about Huan Er. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost 30 years since he arrived in the mystic Handle Land in the realm of gods. It had been 30 years since he was separated from Huan Er, Little Fair, and the others. 30 years. In another 30 years, the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms will open. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. His eyes were unfocused as his thoughts drifted away. It was as though he had left the realms of gods and returned to Huan Er, Little Fei, Tianwu, and the others. He only regained his senses when he heard Ho Qingning's voice. "Duan Lingtian, she's coming." These were Ho Qingning's exact words. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he saw the woman who was originally standing in the distance with her side facing him slowly walking toward him in the air. To be more precise, she was walking toward him. That pair of beautiful eyes also emitted a calm gaze that landed on him. After a few moments, the woman arrived in front of Duan Lingtian under many envious gazes. Ho Qingning was shocked when he saw this. When he regained his senses, he hastily took a few steps back and said, "You can continue chatting." Then he stood at the side and watched. "Duan Lingtian, do you know her?" Ho Qingning asked Duan Lingtian, through voice transmission. The reason for this question was because the 7th lady of the 10,000 Flower Valley had been acting unapproachable since 3 days ago, and no one had been able to talk to her. It was said that even during the selection, she had only listened to the suggestions of others, and teamed up with those who weren't from the Divine Emperor level forces. She hadn't said a single word from beginning to end. Some people even suspected that she was a mute. But this was almost impossible. Even if she was a mute, there were many ways for her to speak after she became a god. For this reason, it was obvious she was unwilling to speak. "I don't know her." Duan Lingtian was also confused. After replying to Ho Qingning, he looked at the woman in front of him with a puzzled expression. "Do you have something to say? I heard from them that, you know Shui Haichuan?" The woman asked in a pleasant voice. However, this question stunned Duan Lingtian. He never expected her to come here just to ask about this. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and asked, "Who did you hear this from?" In his opinion, not many people knew that he knew Shui Haichuan. Even if there were people who knew, it would be limited to the Linghu family. As the woman continued to speak, he suddenly realized that she had indeed heard it from a member of the Linghu family. When he, Xue Haichuan, and Xue Haishan left the Linghu family mansion to drink, the manager of the restaurant under the Linghu family knew of Xue Haichuan's identity. Then, the servants in charge of serving food and wine also knew of Xue Haichuan's identity. Presumably, it was they who spread the news. Can you get in touch with him? The woman asked again. I can. Duan Lingtian hesitated for a moment, then nodded in the end. Because he recalled that Xue Haichuan had told him 3 days ago that he wanted him to take care of this woman during the Hidden Dragon competition. Presumably, Xue Haichuan wouldn't mind letting her know that he could get in touch with him. Tell him that after the Hidden Dragon competition ends, I want to give him a helping hand. After the woman finished speaking, she added, Tell him, I'm Fu Qingli's daughter. At practically the instant the woman finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Xue Haichuan, and Xue Haichuan quickly responded. Little Tian, tell her that after the Hidden Dragon competition ends, you'll bring her to me. At that time, please show her the way. Although Xue Haichuan tried his best to suppress his emotions, Duan Lingtian still noticed the fluctuations in his emotions. Obviously, at this moment, Xue Haichuan's heart wasn't calm. After coming back to his senses, Duan Lingtian looked at the woman before him. I've already told him. He asked me to personally bring you to him after the Hidden Dragon competition ends. Thank you. After the woman expressed her gratitude, she floated away and followed many people who had already set off towards the location where the Hidden Dragon competition was being held. The Hidden Dragon competition was being held in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range. At the peak of the tallest mountain in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range, half of the area was separated as if it had been sliced off by a knife. From afar, it looked like a vast stone platform. This place was also known as the Firing Dragon Arena, and it was the place where the Tianlong clan held the Hidden Dragon competition for generations. Usually, this place was also used as a martial arts practice platform, and many Tianlong clan disciples would meet here to spar. However, because of the Hidden Dragon competition, the Firing Dragon Arena had already been cleared out many days ago. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning arrived together, the Firing Dragon Arena was empty. There wasn't a single person on the arena, but many people had already gathered around the arena. At first glance, there were at least a few hundred people. Duan Lingtian, you're really early. Suddenly, a voice came from beside him, causing Duan Lingtian to look over instinctively. With just a glance, he saw a young man wearing a brocade robe walking in the air towards him with a smile on his face. Behind him, there were 2 other people. One was a young man wearing a black robe, and the other was a middle-aged man wearing a blue martial arts suit. When Duan Lingtian reacted, the other party was already in front of him. Young clan leader. The person who had come was the young clan leader of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu. Chapter 3800. Young Sect Master, you're not too late. Duan Lingtian faintly smiled and nodded towards Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu smiled, then looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if we meet in the Hidden Dragon competition, I hope you can show mercy. Young Sect Master is too modest. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Not necessarily. At that time, I'll need Young Sect Master to show mercy. Haha, Hua Tiandu laughed. Then at that time, you and I will make peace. If one of us has the upper hand, the other will admit defeat to avoid harming the harmony. Sure. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and nodded, agreeing. Hua Tiandu turned his head and glanced, then greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I saw a friend, please excuse me. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded, and at the same time, glanced at the direction Hua Tiandu was looking at. There was a young man similarly dressed in luxurious clothes looking at him. However, compared to Hua Tiandu, this young man was clearly much more reserved. Seeing Duan Lingtian look over, the corners of his calm mouth suddenly curled into a faint smile, and then he nodded towards Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian politely returned the other party's nod, Ho Qingning's voice timely sounded in his mind. He's the grandson of the Cold Beginning Sect's Supreme Elder, Ji Wuchang. This Ji Wuchang's strength is not inferior to Hua Tiandu, and is someone who is equally famous as Hua Tiandu. However, in the qualifier, he didn't reveal his strength, and wasn't in the group of people between 5,000 and 8,000 years old, who displayed absolute strength. In the end, Ho Qingning guessed, he's obviously holding back. Hearing Ho Qingning's words, Duan Lingtian smiled. Isn't this very normal? Although many people have revealed their true strength in the qualifier, there are definitely many who have hidden their strength. In a situation where you don't need to use all your strength to pass the audition, those who aren't too interested in showing off their talents naturally won't use too much of their strength. Even if Ho Qingning wasn't here, Duan Lingtian could also guess this. In this hidden dragon competition, his opponents were not only those high-level divine kings like Hua Tiandu and Du Pejuan who had displayed extremely powerful strength. There were also many existences who had yet to display their true strength. In reality, even Hua Tiandu, Du Pejuan and the others might not have used their full strength. Many people didn't even use their divine artifacts during the audition or the later tests. Even if he used a divine artifact, he might still have other tricks up his sleeve. Consecrated Duan. Another female voice sounded, and a fragrant wind assaulted their nostrils. A beautiful figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. This person was none other than the Morong family's third young mistress, Morong Inue. Morong Inue was naturally happy that she had successfully passed the inner sect disciple test. However, what made her truly happy was that Ho Qingning had also passed the inner sect disciple test. She had two worries before. One was that she had passed the inner sect disciple test, and Ho Qingning had not. That meant that Ho Qingning could only become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, and it would be difficult to see him in the future. This was because in the Tianlong clan, the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples cultivated separately. As for the other worry, it was that if she didn't pass the inner sect disciple test, she would have to return to the Morong family. As for Ho Qingning, even if he could only become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, he would still choose to stay in the Tianlong clan. With Ho Qingning's strength, becoming an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan might be a little difficult, but becoming an outer sect disciple was more than enough. Third young mistress. Duan Lingtian faintly smiled at Morong Inue, and then glanced at Ho Qingning with an ambiguous gaze. Since the third young mistress has come, I won't disturb you any longer. As his voice faded, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he had already arrived beside the two elders of the Linghu family, Elder Hung and Elder Huan. Lingtian brat. Linghu Huan looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly serious expression. I originally thought that even if you weren't able to obtain first place in this year's Hidden Dragon competition, there would be no suspense in the top 3. But now it seems, even if you want to obtain the top 3, it won't be that easy. Linghu Huan's tone was full of seriousness. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Huan in confusion. Yesterday, I was chatting with a friend of mine from afar, and I heard something, Linghu Huan said with a serious expression. Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua sect, and Ji Wuchang of the Hanchu sect, seemed to have entered a divine treasure left behind by an emperor god more than 10 years ago. Moreover, after that, Hua Tiandu's strength increased greatly, and no one in the Donghua sect below the emperor god level is his match. However, this news was sealed off by the Donghua sect. My friend only knew about it because he has a friend who has gone through life and death with him. He is a core elder of the Donghua sect, and he just happened to see Hua Tiandu fight. According to what he said, Hua Tiandu's strength can be ranked in the top echelon, even among the upper divine kings in the entire Tunglung province, and he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the upper divine king prodigies of the top emperor god level forces. Linghu Huan transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian, and his tone became more and more hurried. Ji Wuchang of the Hanchu sect was originally as famous as Hua Tiandu, and the two of them joined forces to enter a place suspected to be the divine treasure of an emperor god. Moreover, they both came out safely. Since Hua Tiandu's strength could increase to such an extent, I think he won't be too bad either. Duan Lingtian could not help but be surprised by Linghu Huan's news. Of course, it was only a surprise. At the same time, he also felt that Hua Tiandu and Ji Wuchang were lucky. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked into the distance and saw Hua Tiandu and Ji Wuchang standing together and chatting happily. Sensing his gaze, both Hua Tiandu and Ji Wuchang smiled politely and nodded at him. Looks like their luck is pretty good. Duan Lingtian smiled. He had also entered the divine treasure of an emperor god and obtained many things. However, most of the things could only be used after he broke through to the god-emperor realm. If Hua Tiandu's strength has increased greatly because he entered that divine treasure, the place he entered might not necessarily be the divine treasure of an emperor god. It might be the divine treasure of a divine emperor. Divine treasures left behind by divine emperors are usually more beneficial to a god king's strength than divine treasures left behind by emperor gods. As someone who had experienced this before, Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Duan Lingtian, are you currently in the Flame Dragon Arena? Duan Lingtian received a message when Ling Huhuan spoke again. He did not hear what Ling Huhuan said clearly. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the message. It took him a moment to recover. Ding Yan? The person who had sent him a message was none other than one of the two friends he had met in the Hidden Mist Court. Ho Qingning was one of them. As for Ding Yan, he was another person. Ho Qingning was the one who told him that Ding Yan had left the Hidden Mist Court without saying goodbye. Later, he and Ho Qingning had tried to contact Ding Yan, but to no avail. If not for Ding Yan's soul orb, they would have thought that Ding Yan had met with some mishap. Otherwise, why would he disappear just like that? How do you know I'm in the Flame Dragon Arena? After recovering, Duan Lingtian was a little dumbfounded. He never thought that Ding Yan would know where he was. You don't tell me you're also in the Tianlong clan? I'll go find you. Ding Yan replied with a message, and then fell silent. Lingtian, brat, did you listen to me? Ling Huhuan frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian spacing out in front of him. His tone was somewhat impatient. Ah. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ling Huhuan and smiled awkwardly. Elder Huan, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I'll come back to talk to you later. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Ling Huhuan's reply before he teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Ho Qingning. Ho Qingning was now talking to Morong Inua, so Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance naturally gave him a fright. Even Morong Inua was frightened. She even subconsciously reached out to hold Ho Qingning's arm. After a moment, when Ho Qingning's body stiffened, she recovered and awkwardly let go of her hand. Duan Lingtian, you're going to scare me to death. Ho Qingning glared at Duan Lingtian. What's the matter? You're so anxious that you teleported over. How far are we? How long would it take if you didn't teleport? Although Ho Qingning was indeed a little speechless, Morong Inua's action of holding his arm out of fright made him reminisce endlessly. He couldn't wait for Duan Lingtian to scare them a few more times. However, on the surface he still did enough. He was upright and awe-inspiring. Ding Yan sent me a message just now, Duan Lingtian said. What? Naturally, Ho Qingning was shocked as well. He sent you a message? What did he say to you? That guy, when there's finally news, he only sent you a message and not me? No. I have to scold him. Ho Qingning immediately sent a message to Ding Yan. As for the content, it was naturally to blame Ding Yan for only sending Duan Lingtian a message and not him. I sent Duan Lingtian a message because he's in the Tianlong clan. This was Ding Yan's reply to Ho Qingning. Now, I'm on my way to see him. You're also in the Tianlong clan. Ho Qingning was stunned. What's the situation? You're also participating in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination? But why didn't I see you during the audition? Even if we didn't see you, Duan Lingtian showed his prowess during the audition. You should have seen me and him, right? After Ho Qingning sent this message, Ding Yan finally replied after a few breaths of time. Ho Qingning, you're also participating in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination? Ding Yan's tone carried a hint of surprise. Then you're now an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? Bah. What outer sect disciple? Your brother Ning is now an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. Ho Qingning retorted repeatedly. Chapter 3801. What? You an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? Ding Yan, who had just arrived near the blazing Dragon Mountain range, heard Ho Qingning's message and suddenly stopped his tall and burly figure. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had just come out of seclusion yesterday. In the past 30 years, he had either been in seclusion or staying in the law chamber to comprehend the law of fire. This time, he had come out of seclusion to participate in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Just now, when he went to handle the Tianlong clan's procedures to become an inner sect disciple, he heard about Duan Lingtian's amazing performance in the qualifier 3 days ago. At first, he thought it was just someone with the same name, and not necessarily the Duan Lingtian he knew. Although the Duan Lingtian he knew was also very outstanding, it was impossible for him to grow to such a level in less than 30 years. However, when he heard more about Duan Lingtian's background, he couldn't help but be stunned. It really is him. Duan Lingtian, who came from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, later came to the Hidden Fog sect, then went to the Linghu family and became a consecrator of the Linghu family. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, your rise to power has shocked him as well. Duan Lingtian is already a mid-level divine king? Moreover, 20 years ago, he was able to refine a peak-level spirit-grade divine pill, and his alchemy skills are no weaker than the best emperor-level divine pill masters? It had to be said that Ding Yan was shocked. One had to know that when he was taken away from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, his storage ring was taken away by the other party, and then he was told to go into seclusion to prepare for today's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Therefore, he didn't come out of seclusion until yesterday. He was going to the Flame Dragon Arena to participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. When he learned that Duan Lingtian was also there, he immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian. He had only come out of seclusion yesterday to retrieve his storage ring. At the same time, he was already thinking about telling Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning, his 2 friends from Skywind City's Hidden Mist Academy, that he was safe after the Hidden Dragon competition ended. However, he didn't expect that before he could do so, he would find out that Duan Lingtian was in the Tianlong clan. Therefore, he didn't wait any longer, and directly sent a message to Duan Lingtian. What was even more unexpected was that after he sent a message to Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning also sent a message saying that he was now an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. When did this world become so crazy? At that instant, Ding Yan was completely stunned. Ho Qingning's confident tone didn't sound fake, but if it was true, wasn't this world a little too crazy? Although he was surprised by Duan Lingtian's achievements, it was only a little. After all, Duan Lingtian's talent and perception were obvious. But what about Ho Qingning? Ho Qingning's talent and perception might not even be comparable to his. Although Ho Qingning was stronger than him in the past, that was only because Ho Qingning was the young sect master of a divine king-level sect. Ding Yan, on the other hand, had only gained his strength through hard work. Although he already had the opportunity to enter the Tianlong clan, he refused. It wasn't until later, when his elder came to Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy, and forcibly took him away, that he truly began to enjoy the cultivation resources and environment that he didn't even dare to dream of in the past. He originally wanted to say hello to Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning, but his elder forcibly took away his storage ring, so he couldn't send a message to Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Messages needed to be sent through soul orbs. Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning's soul orbs were both in the storage ring. What's with that tone of voice? Ho Qingning was displeased by Ding Yan's suspicion. Where are you now? Duan Lingtian said that you're also in the Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian and I are both at the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition venue. Hurry up and come over. I'll show you your brother Ning's current cultivation base. Divine King, do you know about the Divine King? There was no lack of complacency in Ho Qingning's tone, and it caused Duan Lingtian, who stood before him, to have the impulse to violently beat him up at this moment. Divine King? After hearing Ho Qingning's words, Ding Yan was surprised. He quickly said, "Just wait, I'll appear in front of you in a dozen breaths' time." After saying this, his figure flashed and turned into a large fireball. He streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed like a flaming meteor, heading in the direction of the Flame Dragon Arena. The Flame Dragon Arena was the highest martial practice field in the Flame Dragon Mountain range. It was also the venue where the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition was held this time. Of course, the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition wouldn't really be held on the Flame Dragon Arena. The Flame Dragon Arena was only a landmark for the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. The Hidden Dragon Grand Competition was a competition between a group of genius divine kings. Even if the Flame Dragon Arena was made of extraordinary bricks, it still couldn't withstand their brilliance. Therefore, the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition would definitely be held in the large space above the Flame Dragon Arena. He said he'll be there in a dozen breaths' time. After hearing Ding Yan's message, Ho Qingning said to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile, but he was also a little confused. Why would Ding Yan be at the Tianlong clan? If he had also participated in the qualifier, he should have seen Ho Qingning and himself. After all, it was the third round of the Inner Sect Disciples entrance exam. His actions were a little high profile. Anyone who paid attention to the qualifier, regardless of whether they were present or not, would have heard of it. Maybe he only heard of it and knew I was there, so he sent me a message, but Ho Qingning doesn't know. That makes sense. If he was present, he would have seen Ho Qingning. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. What are you talking about, Master Duan? Murong Inue, who was standing at the side, was confused. A friend is coming. Duan Lingtian smiled. A dozen breaths' time passed quickly. Over there. Before Duan Lingtian could react, Ho Qingning's voice sounded. Before the time was up, Ho Qingning was already looking left and right. Now following Ho Qingning's gaze, Duan Lingtian recognized Ding Yan at a glance. Ding Yan was tall and sturdy, almost 2 meters tall, so he was still recognizable. However, when he saw Ding Yan again, Duan Lingtian found that he seemed to have changed into a different person. It was purely a change in his temperament. The Ding Yan of the past was extroverted, but now he was much more reserved. At first glance, he seemed to have matured a lot. When Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning saw Ding Yan also saw them. His eyes lit up as he flew towards them. In the blink of an eye, Ding Yan arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. After almost 30 years, the three of them were gathered together again. The last time they were together was at Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy. Ho Qingning, you really became an inner sect disciple? The first thing Ding Yan did when he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning was to lower his head and look at Ho Qingning's waist. When he saw Ho Qingning's inner sect disciple identity token, his eyes lit up and his tone was full of surprise and disbelief. While Ding Yan was staring at Ho Qingning's identity token, Ho Qingning also subconsciously looked at Ding Yan's waist and saw Ding Yan's identity token. Ding Yan, you're also an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? No. Your identity token. Logically speaking, you should be in the same batch as us. Ho Qingning muttered to himself and couldn't help but frown. But I didn't see you during the selection. Duan Lingtian also glanced at the identity token at Ding Yan's waist. It was the identity token of an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, and there was a special imprint on it. This imprint was engraved by the Tianlong clan using a special method and special materials. It was almost impossible to fake, and it would remain visible for a month. The identity token of a Tianlong clan disciple with this imprint, regardless of whether they were an inner sect disciple or an outer sect disciple, meant that they were qualified to participate in this year's Hidden Dragon competition. Of course, this imprint normally wouldn't appear on the identity token of a sect disciple who didn't enter the Tianlong clan this time. Ding Yan, what's going on? Duan Lingtian was also puzzled. I'll explain to you later. Ding Yan smiled, then looked at Ho Qingning and Murong Inue. You still haven't introduced this person to me. This is the Murong family's third young Miss Murong Inue. Duan Lingtian introduced Murong Inue in a timely manner. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Ding Yan. She likes Ho Qingning, and Ho Qingning is also interested in her. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before you and I can attend their wedding banquet. After Duan Lingtian said this, Ding Yan's eyes immediately lit up. He looked at Murong Inue and smiled. So it's Miss Silvermoon of the Murong family. Hello, I'm Ding Yan, a friend of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Ding Yan introduced himself. Hello. Murong Inue could feel Ding Yan's ambiguous gaze sweeping between her and Ho Qingning. She could not help but blush. She thought that Duan Lingtian must have said something to Ding Yan. Otherwise, Ding Yan would not have acted like this. After all, although she was standing next to Ho Qingning, she was not holding Ho Qingning's arm like before. You still know that you're a friend of Duan Lingtian and I? Ho Qingning glared at Ding Yan. That year, he left without saying goodbye. He didn't say anything. After that, Duan Lingtian and I tried to contact him many times, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. If we didn't see that your soul orb was still intact, we would have thought that your corpse was lying in the wilderness. Now, shouldn't you explain yourself? As Ho Qingning finished speaking, he glared at Ding Yan fiercely and said in a bad mood. Hearing this, Ding Yan smiled awkwardly. He was indeed in the wrong. I didn't have a choice back then. I wanted to give you guys a heads up, but before I could send you a message, someone took away my storage ring, and it was only returned to me yesterday. Ding Yan's words confirmed one of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning's conjecture. Who took your storage ring? Ho Qingning asked subconsciously. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something. Without waiting for Ding Yan to answer, he asked, also, why are you in the Tianlong clan? Why do you have the same inner sect disciple identity token as us? Chapter 3802. I'm sure that I didn't see you at the audition. If you saw us at the audition, even if it wasn't convenient for you to greet us, you would have sent us a message. Ho Qingning's tone was firm. I didn't participate in the audition. Ding Yan shook his head. I didn't even participate in the sect entrance examination this time. Ding Yan's words naturally shocked Duan Lingtian and the other two. Didn't participate in the sect entrance examination? Where did he get the same inner sect disciple identity token as them? Connections. For a moment, this thought appeared in their minds at the same time. Facing Duan Lingtian and the other two's doubtful gazes, Ding Yan shrugged and said, although I didn't participate in the sect entrance examination, I did receive the inner sect disciple identity token today, and officially became a disciple of the Tianlong clan today. That's why I was able to participate in this hidden dragon competition, Ding Yan said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Ding Yan. Back then, during the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student assessment in Tianfeng City, you said that if you left with me, as long as you revealed your identity, the God King clans in Tianfeng City wouldn't attack us. Is it because you're related to the Tianlong clan? Following Ding Yan's words, Duan Lingtian and the other two could basically confirm that Ding Yan was indeed related to the Tianlong clan. He didn't need to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination to enter the Tianlong clan and become an inner sect disciple of the clan. Yes. Ding Yan nodded and then sighed with a complicated gaze. He didn't speak for a long time until Ho Qingning urged him to speak. After Ding Yan spoke, Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning also understood the ins and outs of the matter. Ding Yan's only relative in this world, his father, was a rogue cultivator. When he died, his cultivation was at the Divine Emperor realm. At that time, Ding Yan was still young. At that time, one of Ding Yan's father's close friends had come to take Ding Yan away and wanted to marry his daughter to Ding Yan. This marriage had been decided when Ding Yan's father was still alive. It was a standard betrothal. That friend of Ding Yan's father did not forget his friendship with Ding Yan's father just because Ding Yan's father had died. Later on, Ding Yan stayed by his father's friend's side. This friend of his father's was a consecrator of the Tianlong clan. Normally, he would wear the token of the Black Dragon Elder around his waist, showing himself to others as the Black Dragon Elder. In the beginning, Ding Yan felt somewhat sullen staying with his father's old friend, because his father's daughter looked down on him and often mocked him in secret. If it wasn't for the fact that this uncle of his was genuinely good to him, he would have left long ago. He was a man with backbone. Later on, this uncle of his went into seclusion to cultivate, and his daughter became even more insatiable. Under such circumstances, Ding Yan chose to leave the Tianlong clan. After leaving the Tianlong clan, Ding Yan moved to Tianfeng City and entered the Hidden Mist Academy. He became a student there and was promoted to a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy. It was not until nearly 30 years ago that his uncle came out of seclusion and took him back. At the same time, in order to make him work hard and catch up with the time he had spent in seclusion, he took away his storage ring and prevented him from contacting the outside world, so that he could concentrate on cultivating. That's how it is. Ding Yan smiled bitterly. Uncle Sikong took me back with the intention of letting me enter the Tianlong clan and become an official disciple of the Tianlong clan. In the past, although I was taken to the Tianlong clan by him, I was not a disciple of the Tianlong clan. I was only his uncle and nephew. After hearing Ding Yan's words, Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning suddenly realized the truth behind the matter. No wonder your bloodline power is extraordinary. It turns out that your father was a divine emperor expert. Ho Qingning sighed. Even he had been envious of Ding Yan's berserk transformation bloodline in the past. This was because his bloodline power was much less useful than Ding Yan's berserk transformation bloodline power when he fought with others. Even if my father was a divine emperor expert, he is a fallen divine emperor expert. Ding Yan sighed. Back then, I was still young and didn't know much about my father's strength. I only knew that my father was very strong and often took me everywhere. He collected divine pills for me to consume, and built a good foundation for me. Later on, after he died, Uncle Sikong took me to the Tianlong clan. Ding Yan's eyes became dazed as he recalled the past. Ding Yan, what is your current cultivation base? Ho Qingning suddenly asked. Lower Divine King. Ding Yan said. Same as me. Ho Qingning smiled. Are you going to participate in the Hidden Dragon competition? If you are, I look forward to meeting you and seeing how much you've grown over the years. Back then, you were no match for me. Ho Qingning said. I'm also surprised that you broke through and became a divine king. Ding Yan looked at Ho Qingning in surprise. I broke through and became a divine king because of Uncle Sikong's careful nurturing. He gave me all kinds of divine fruits and divine pills. But you were in the Hidden Mist Academy. Even if you have the 10,000 Leaves sect behind you, it shouldn't have been enough for you to break through and become a divine king in such a short time. I left the Hidden Mist Academy a long time ago. Before I came to the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian took care of me and helped me enter the Murong family. Ho Qingning shook his head. The reason I was able to break through and become a divine king in such a short time is all thanks to the divine pills that Duan Lingtian refined for me. Ho Qingning knew his own innate talent and comprehension ability very well. He knew very well that everything he had now was given to him by Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan's eyes brightened when he heard Ho Qingning's words. He instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, I heard that you can refine Supreme Spirit grade divine pills. I didn't expect you to know how to refine pills as well. I've never heard you mention it before. Ding Yan said. I dabbled in alchemy when I was in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. It was only after I came to the mystic gangland in the realms of gods that I began to refine pills. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but Ding Yan looked at him as though he was looking at a monster. Not every alchemist from the Devata realms can become an outstanding divine alchemist in the realms of gods. An outstanding divine alchemist not only needs to refine pills, but they also need to be able to sense the life energy of the heaven and earth spiritual energy, and how much life energy they can extract. It was clear Ding Yan knew a lot about divine alchemists. Ding Yan? Suddenly, a voice rang from afar, drawing the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw the vice-sect leader of the Hidden Mist sect, Murong Suifeng, standing in the air not far away. He was looking at Ding Yan in shock. As the dean of the Hidden Mist Academy, he knew all the 10-star students in the Hidden Mist Academy. He also knew who Ding Yan was. More than 20 years ago, Ding Yan had left the words "quit school" on the wall of the dormitory and left. Since then, there had been no news of him. At that time, Murong Suifeng was still wondering why Ding Yan would quit school. However, according to some of the Hidden Mist Academy teachers who knew Ding Yan well, they couldn't contact Ding Yan after that. However, Ding Yan's soul orb was intact, proving that he was still alive. Ding. Seeing Murong Suifeng, Ding Yan's eyes lit up. You're here too? 6. Sixth uncle. At this time Morong Inua, who was beside Ho Qingning, looked around vigilantly. She bit her lips and greeted Morong Suifeng. Sixth uncle? Duan Lingtian was startled, and so was Ho Qingning. Duan Lingtian had long guessed that Morong Suifeng was in the Hidden Mist sect, and the Hidden Mist sect wasn't far from the Morong family. Could he be a member of the Morong family? However, on the day of the selection, when he saw the Morong family meeting Morong Suifeng, he subconsciously thought that Morong Suifeng had nothing to do with the Morong family. But today, Morong Inua called him sixth uncle. Hearing Morong Inua call him sixth uncle, Morong Suifeng's expression changed slightly. He immediately looked around vigilantly. Sixth uncle, don't worry. There's no one from the Morong family around. Morong Inua said. Little you, even so, don't talk to me directly. If you want to say anything, just send me a message. You also know that when I was expelled from the family elders ordered that if anyone dares to greet me or say anything to me in the future, they will be expelled from the family. Everyone must pretend not to know me. Morong Suifeng said with a serious expression. Yes, sixth uncle. Seeing that Morong Suifeng was serious, Morong Inua quickly replied. After hearing Morong Suifeng's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why no one from the Linghu family greeted Morong Suifeng on the day of the selection. They even pretended not to know Morong Suifeng. It turned out that the Morong family elders had given such an order. What kind of mistake was it that made the Morong clan's elder council issue such an order? This was equivalent to never acknowledging Morong Suifeng's identity. At the same time, they did not want anyone to know that Morong Suifeng was related to the Morong family. When you have the time, ask Third Miss about the grudges between the Dean and the Morong family. Yes, tell me when you find out. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Ho Qingning. Although he was not a gossipy person, he was still quite curious about this. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of mistake Morong Suifeng had made that the Morong family elders would be so ruthless. Hearing how Morong Inua addressed Morong Suifeng, he was most likely a direct descendant of the Morong family. Why don't you ask her yourself? Ho Qingning was actually considering whether to ask Morong Inua. When he suddenly heard Duan Lingtian's message, he immediately replied unhappily. I'll give you a chance to develop a relationship with her. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, I don't mind you telling her that I'm the one who asked you to ask. Ho Qingning was speechless. While Morong Suifeng and Ding Yan were chatting, the Tianlong clan elder in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition finally appeared in front of everyone in the Fire Dragon arena. Behind this Tianlong clan elder were two other people. Duan Lingtian recognized one of them. It was his brother Yannian, the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, Dongfang Yannian. Chapter 3803. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the middle-aged man beside Dongfang Yannian. He also had a White Dragon elder token hanging from his waist. Clearly, he was also a White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, just like Dongfang Yannian. As for the old man in front of them, he had an identity token hanging from his waist. The dragon engraved on it was inlaid with a material similar to black jade, making it look like a lifelike black dragon. Black Dragon Elder. Duan Lingtian's gaze hardened. At the same time, it wasn't hard to guess that this person should be the person in charge of the Tianlong clan's entrance exam and the Hidden Dragon competition this time. Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain. When Duan Lingtian was chatting with Dongfang Yannian at Shui Haichuan's place, he learned of the existence of Blue Feather Mountain. Whether it was Dongfang Yannian, who was in charge of the Inner Sect Disciple Entrance Exam, or the White Dragon Elder in charge of the Outer Sect Disciple Entrance Exam, they could only be considered the second person in charge of the Tianlong clan's entrance exam and the Hidden Dragon competition this time. The first person in charge was this Black Dragon Elder from Blue Feather Mountain. It's Elder Dongfang Yannian. That's Elder Ho Jifang, who's in charge of the entrance exam for us Outer Sect disciples. After Dongfang Yannian and the other two appeared, they became the focus of everyone's attention. The newly promoted Inner and Outer Sect disciples of the Tianlong clan all recognized Dongfang Yannian and Ho Jifang. Ho Jifang was the other White Dragon Elder standing beside Dongfang Yannian. This is Black Dragon Elder. Very soon, some sharp-eyed people saw the identity token hanging from the waist of the old man in the lead, and couldn't help but gasp. The old man in the lead had a medium build and an ordinary face. His hair was like a waterfall behind his back, and his eyes were calm, without any joy or sorrow. Little guys who just entered the sect, let your senior brother tell you. That's Elder Blue Feather Mountain, one of the Black Dragon Elders of our Tianlong clan. He's a high-level Divine Emperor, a Tianlong clan inner sect disciple, who had obviously come to join in on the fun at the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, laughed as he spoke to the group of new inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples beside him. The Hidden Dragon Competition was only a stage for the Tianlong clan's new inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples to compete. Most of the Tianlong clan disciples weren't very interested in it. Those who came to join in on the fun were basically all Tianlong clan inner sect disciples with average strength. As for the outer sect disciples, unless they were new disciples, they were not allowed near the Flame Dragon Arena. The Flame Dragon Arena belonged to the inner circle of the Flame Dragon Mountain Range, and the outer sect disciples of the Tianlong clan could only move around the outer circle of the mountain range. If they trespassed into the inner circle and were discovered by the patrol, they would be severely punished. It was precisely because of this rule that apart from the new Tianlong clan disciples participating in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, not many other Tianlong clan inner sect disciples had come. As for the Tianlong clan elders, there were even fewer of them. In total, there were at most a few dozen or close to 100 people. Compared to the thousands of disciples participating in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, as well as the many elders of these new disciples, the number of people here seemed insignificant. Elder Black Dragon. High-level Divine Emperor. As the old Fox inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan spoke, the group of new Tianlong clan disciples present couldn't help but be shocked. More than 90% of them were seeing a high-level Divine Emperor for the first time. Therefore, after learning that the old man in front of them was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, and a high-level Divine Emperor, their gazes towards the old man once again became incomparably hot. The Tianlong clan is indeed the Tianlong clan. I've just entered the sect, and I'm actually seeing a high-level Divine Emperor. Am I dreaming? So this is what a high-level Divine Emperor looks like. This is a high-level Divine Emperor? The one with the highest cultivation among the Divine Emperors? In the Tianlong clan, Elder White Dragon's status is above that of the inner sect elders, and Elder Black Dragon's status is even higher than Elder White Dragon's. Those who can cultivate to the high-level Divine Emperor level are basically those who have survived the test of the heavenly tribulation that occurs once every 1,000 years. Their abilities are usually very powerful. I wonder if I'll have the chance to become someone like this Elder Blue Feather Mountain in the future after entering the Tianlong clan. High-level Divine Emperor, Elder Black Dragon. The appearance of Elder Black Dragon Blue Feather Mountain not only caused the originally noisy surroundings of the Fire Dragon Arena to quieten down, but even the occasional voice that came out was filled with heartfelt reverence. At this time, not only the group of new Tianlong clan inner and outer sect disciples, but even the higher-ups from the various Divine Emperor level forces, and the elders of the new disciples present also looked at Elder Blue Feather Mountain with reverence in their eyes. Hua Chunming, leader of the Donghua clan, greets Elder Blue Feather Mountain. Near Elder Blue Feather Mountain, Hua Chunming, leader of the Donghua clan, who was wearing a luxurious robe, bowed slightly to Elder Blue Feather Mountain. Although he was the leader of a clan, Elder Black Dragon of the Tianlong clan was not only stronger than him, but also had a higher status than him. Following Hua Chunming's lead, all the higher-ups of the Divine Emperor level forces immediately bowed to Elder Blue Feather Mountain. As for the others, needless to say, only when Elder Blue Feather Mountain raised his hand did the crowd quiet down. I won't say any more pleasantries, Elder Blue Feather Mountain said with a lazy tone. Blue Feather Mountain spoke with an indifferent tone that carried a trace of laziness. I presume all of you already have some understanding of the rules of the Hidden Dragon competition, so I won't speak any further. Next, I will open the matrix and create 10 battle rings. Whoever's name appears on the rings will go in and fight with their opponent. Those who are absent for more than 10 breaths will be automatically disqualified. Everyone already knew the rules of the Hidden Dragon competition 3 days ago, when they went through the procedures to enter the clan. The first stage of the Hidden Dragon competition was to determine the strongest 100 among the outer sect disciples. Then, they would join the ranks of the inner sect disciples and continue with the second stage of the Hidden Dragon competition. In the end, if someone among the 100 outer sect disciples could enter the top 200, they would be promoted to become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. And if there was an inner sect disciple among the bottom 100, that inner sect disciple would be demoted to become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. Of course, if they were unwilling to become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, they could also choose to leave the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan would not force this kind of person to stay. In the entrance examination 3 days ago, there were more than 300 people who successfully passed the inner sect disciple examination, and more than 800 people passed the outer sect disciple examination. Ho Qingning, who stood opposite Duan Lingtian, muttered, "Over 800 people, and the strongest 100 will be determined. The first stage of the Hidden Dragon competition will probably last for quite some time." Just as Ho Qingning was muttering in a low voice, the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain, who stood in the sky and had unknowingly waved his hand, causing 10 formation discs to fly out and condense into 10 areas in the sky, had already spoken in a clear voice. The Hidden Dragon competition begins now. Straightforward and neat. Not the slightest bit sloppy. The Hidden Dragon competition was a rigorous competition in the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, but in the eyes of the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, it seemed to be only a game. Of course, everyone knew clearly in their hearts that this Black Dragon Elder had the confidence to treat the Hidden Dragon competition as a game. The 10 areas were scattered in the sky above the Flame Dragon arena, and they were very far apart from each other. Moreover, the surroundings were suffused with different colored faint lights that were extremely distinguishable. At this moment, 2 names appeared in each area of the 10 areas. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw 10 figures walk over in the sky from afar, and each of them appeared outside an area and stared fixedly at that area. Through the identity tokens on the waists of these 10 people, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to discern that any one of these 10 people was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, Kuang Tianzheng, who had come to the Linghu family to kill him in the past, was also an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Of course, because Kuang Tianzheng had climbed up the branch of the Tianlong clan's vice-sect leader Shui, his current status in the Tianlong clan couldn't be compared to by an ordinary inner sect elder. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 20 figures flew out. These people, without exception, all had outer sect disciple identity tokens on their waists. Moreover, there was a special mark on their identity tokens, which proved that they were new outer sect disciples of the Tianlong clan, and qualified to participate in the Hidden Dragon competition. What? Worried that you'll be eliminated and return to the outer sect? Duan Lingtian looked at Ho Qingning and asked with a smile. Although Ho Qingning looked very calm on the surface, Duan Lingtian could see a trace of uneasiness in the depths of his eyes. Once an inner sect disciple ranked in the bottom 100 in the Hidden Dragon competition, he would be demoted to an outer sect disciple. Of course, Duan Lingtian asked this through telepathy and didn't say it out loud. Hearing this, Ho Qingning looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled awkwardly. He replied through telepathy, "A little. Take it." Duan Lingtian took a step forward and arrived beside Ho Qingning. Then, with a movement of his left hand, he placed a storage ring in Ho Qingning's hand. "What's this?" Ho Qingning was startled. "Nothing." Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "It's just a high-grade divine weapon." "High-grade divine weapon?" Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ho Qingning's expression instantly changed. In an instant, he felt the hand holding the storage ring become extremely heavy. "Duan Lingtian, this is too precious. I'm just lending it to you." Duan Lingtian was somewhat speechless. "You don't think this is for you, do you? You're dreaming." Ho Qingning's originally excited face instantly flushed red, and finally became the color of pig liver. After a long while, he finally calmed down and thanked Duan Lingtian. "Although I'm a little disappointed, I still have to thank you for your kind intentions. At this moment, Ho Qingning didn't stand on ceremony with Duan Lingtian. Although as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would most likely possess a high-grade divine weapon, but the hidden dragon competition was extremely humane, and those inner sect elders wouldn't allow inner sect disciples with strong strengths to face each other in advance. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he didn't need a high-grade divine weapon to easily defeat his opponents in the beginning. By the time Duan Lingtian encountered a strong opponent and needed a high-grade divine weapon, even if he had won, he would have been eliminated long ago. On this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. You're still disappointed? You're really shameless, Duan Lingtian said exasperatedly. Then, at the same time that Ho Qingning smiled awkwardly, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Morong Inue and transmitted a sentence to her. Chapter 3804. Third young miss, with your and Ho Qingning's strength, there was actually a certain degree of uncertainty if you wanted to pass the inner sect disciple examination 3 days ago. The reason you were able to pass so smoothly was because the white dragon elder in charge of your examination, Dongfang Yannian, is my friend, so I had him go easy on you. These were the words that Duan Lingtian directly transmitted to the Morong family's third young miss Morong Inue. As soon as he finished speaking, while Morong Inue was still in a daze, Duan Lingtian continued, so if you don't want to lose in the hidden dragon competition and end up at the bottom, I suggest that you borrow a high-quality divine weapon from your father. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Morong Inue completely returned to her senses and quickly replied, Okay, I'll borrow a high-quality divine weapon from my father for Ho Qingning. It's not for Ho Qingning, it's for yourself. Duan Lingtian was speechless because of Morong Inue's words, but at the same time, he also felt that Ho Qingning's luck was pretty good to have found someone who truly liked him. If she didn't truly like him, she wouldn't have been so considerate of him. But he also needs a high-quality divine weapon, Morong Inue said. Although he and I might not necessarily enter the competition at the same time, I'm afraid that if we're unlucky and enter the competition at the same time, only one person can use a high-quality divine weapon. This time, among the upper echelons of the Morong family, my father isn't the only one with a high-quality divine weapon. The clan elder beside him also has a high-quality divine weapon. However, that clan elder's high-quality divine weapon has already been lent to Big Brother Hanlin. Morong Inue wanted to continue speaking, but was directly interrupted by Duan Lingtian. He has a high-quality divine weapon. I've already lent it to him. You don't need to worry about him. You just need to take care of yourself, Duan Lingtian said. But you, Morong Inue was somewhat hesitant. Don't forget the rules of the hidden dragon competition. Duan Lingtian laughed and said, Do you think those 10 Tianlong clan's inner sect elders are watching each duel for fun? They will record everyone's strength and prepare the list for later matches. It's impossible to go up against those who are strong. In other words, the opponents I've encountered so far are all far inferior to me. Even if I don't use a high-quality god artifact, I can still easily defeat them. The moment Duan Lingtian said this, Morong Inue came to a sudden realization. I understand, I will go and borrow a high-grade god artifact from my father. Actually, my father sent me a voice transmission earlier, saying that he wanted to lend me a high-grade divine artifact. However, he warned me not to lend it to Ho Qingning, lest I delay myself. He wants me to agree to his request before he's willing to lend it to me, Morong Inue said with a wry smile. Patriarch Morong's actions are understandable, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Just tell him that you're borrowing a high-grade divine artifact from him for your own use, and that you won't give it to Ho Qingning. If he still hesitates, just tell him that I've lent my high-grade divine artifact to Ho Qingning. If he asks about the origin of my high-grade divine artifact, just tell him that the Linghu family's elder Linghu Huan lent it to me. Following Duan Lingtian's words, Morong Inue went to find the Morong family's patriarch Morong Yunlu. After a few breaths of time, Morong Yunlu also frequently turned his head to look at Duan Lingtian. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that Morong Yunlu actually asked him via voice transmission whether he had lent the high-grade divine artifact to Ho Qingning. Regarding this, Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that this patriarch Morong thought that his daughter was deceiving him? In the end, under Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Morong Yunlu handed Morong Inue a spatial ring. Obviously, just like Duan Lingtian, he had placed the high-grade divine artifact into a spatial ring in advance, and was now giving it away. Ding Yan. Duan Lingtian said to Ding Yan via voice transmission. Do you have a high-grade divine artifact? In this hidden dragon competition, those who have a high-grade divine artifact have a greater advantage. If you don't have one, can I lend one to you? I have one, Ding Yan said. I just asked Ho Qingning if he needed a high-grade divine artifact. If he did, I'd look for my uncle Sikong to borrow a high-grade divine artifact, and he said you lent it to him. Duan Lingtian, it's not too safe if you don't have a high-grade divine artifact. How about I lend you another one? Ding Yan asked. No need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. If I really want a high-grade divine artifact, I don't need you to lend it to me. This time, 3 elders of the Linghu family have come. Isn't it easy for me to borrow a high-grade divine artifact? All right. Realization dawned on Ding Yan. At the same time, the 10-sided combat ring in the middle of the field had also become lively. The 20 outer sect disciples were divided into 10 groups and fought in pairs. These outer sect disciples were basically all higher deities. There were 2 god kings who easily won the battle. As for the other 8 higher deities, they also defeated their opponents and won after a series of battles. In each combat ring, as long as someone was defeated, 2 other names would immediately appear in the next moment, and the other 2 would step forward to take over the ring and fight. One battle after another dazzled the onlookers. However, they were only outer sect disciples after all, and their strength was limited to the extent that many people couldn't help but yawn and feel bored. This feeling was like adults watching children fight. Adults would find it interesting to watch adults fight, but it would be boring to watch children fight. It was only until a young man in a long dark golden robe attacked and defeated his opponent with a single punch that the crowd, including Duan Lingtian, became slightly interested. This person's strength. I'm afraid he's no weaker than Ho Qingning. Although the young man had only thrown a single punch, the casualness of the punch and the explosive power in it caused Duan Lingtian to involuntarily recall Ho Qingning's performance in the inner sect disciples' entrance examination. The opponent that the young man had defeated was also a lower god king like him. Defeating a lower god king opponent with a single punch, no matter how weak his opponent was enough to prove that he was stronger than the average lower god king. Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian had this thought, many of the spectators were already discussing spiritedly. This is Zhao Pei, the 3rd disciple of the leader of the Qianyuan sect, a god king level sect. He's only a little over 5,000 years old, but he's already a lower god king. Moreover, his comprehension of the laws is not ordinary. He was eliminated in the previous selection. The person who eliminated him was the 3rd young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Jianchen. I remember the situation at that time. Speaking of which, Zhao Pei was unlucky. He originally had the strength to pass the selection easily, but he was targeted by Ouyang Jianchen and was directly injured. Even if he consumed a divine elixir to recover, it was too late. I originally thought that he would be reduced to an outer sect disciple just like that. Now it seems that he completely has the chance to pass the hidden dragon competition and become an inner sect disciple again. Hearing these discussions, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. So that was the case. In this way, everything could be explained easily. At that time, although he was also watching the selection, he was more focused on the young lord of the Donghua sect, Hua Tiandu, who was participating in the selection with Ouyang Jianchen, and the 7th young lady from the 10,000 Flower Valley, a god king level sect. As a result, he did not pay attention to Ouyang Jianchen. This Zhao Pei is very strong. Ho Qingning's expression was serious. Obviously, he could also see that Zhao Pei's strength was not below his. The hidden dragon competition continued. Later, a few more powerful outer sect disciples who had the potential to pass the hidden dragon competition and become inner sect disciples appeared one after another. They were all unlucky in the selection and were injured to a certain extent, unable to recover in time. Time passed very quickly. When the winners of the outer sect disciples advanced one by one, the night gradually fell. At this point, the Black Dragon Elder in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition, Blue Feather Mountain, announced that today's Hidden Dragon competition had officially ended and would continue tomorrow. The second day, the Hidden Dragon competition continued. On this day, when it was close to evening, the strongest 100 of the 800 outer sect disciples had finally been decided. Although many of the outer sect disciples had not fought with each other, the outer sect disciples who were ranked behind knew their own limits. They knew that they were no match for their opponents. Even if they really fought, their opponents would defeat them. The 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, who were in charge of selecting the battle list, were middle-level god emperors. After watching a group of lower-level god kings and upper-level gods fight, they naturally saw through it. The battle list they had listed was the most reasonable. There were close to 1,000 people involved, and no one questioned it. Tomorrow, the top 100 outer sect disciples will participate in the Hidden Dragon competition together with the inner sect disciples. We will strive to determine the strongest 100 out of the 400 people within 3 days. As the Black Dragon Elder Blue Feather Mountain spoke, today's Hidden Dragon competition also ended. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Duan Lingtian and the other newly promoted inner sect disciples, who had been watching the excitement for 2 days, finally had to go on stage. However, as the names appeared in the battle ring formed by the matrix one by one, Ho Qingning had already gone on stage twice, but Duan Lingtian still did not see his name. It was not just him. Even the names of the core disciple of the Thousand Demon sect, Du Pejuan, the young lord of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu, the 7th young lady of the 10,000 Flower Valley, and the 3rd young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Jianchen, were not shown. Also, the names of those who had performed outstandingly in the qualifiers were not shown. It seems that our abilities have already been recognized. That's why we are ranked at the back. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. During this period, there were some people who had kept a low profile previously. Because they did not show their abilities during the qualifiers, their names appeared in some battle rings. For example, although many people knew that Ji Wuchang of the Hanchu sect was as famous as Hua Tiandu, he was still called out because he did not show much ability during the qualifiers. However, after he casually defeated his opponent who used his full strength with a casual palm strike, his name was not called out again. He only went on stage once. It seems that showing my ability during the qualifiers isn't a bad thing. At least, I can save my energy at the beginning and not have to make a move. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Ding Yan, why haven't you been called out yet? Following Ho Qingning's voice, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and suddenly remembered something. That was, Ding Yan had not been called out for the entire day. Seeing the sunset glow in the sky, night was about to descend, and today's Hidden Dragon competition was about to end. Ding Yan's name still did not appear in the battle ring. You couldn't have been left out, right? Ho Qingning frowned. Chapter 3805. Ding Yan was left out. Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were completely different from Ho Qingning's. He thought deeper and deeper. That uncle of Ding Yan's has the identity of a Black Dragon Elder in the Tianlong clan. Even if he's only a worshipper, the identity of a Black Dragon Elder was given casually. It's enough to show that he's not ordinary. It's impossible for Ding Yan to be left out when such a person opened this back door for him. If that's the case, then there are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that they're taking care of Ding Yan. The second possibility is that Ding Yan's strength is also extraordinary, and there's no need for him to make a move first. Of the 2 possibilities, Duan Lingtian was more inclined towards the latter. Ding Yan. At this time, Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at Ding Yan, who was looking at Ho Qingning with deep meaning. Although you're only a lesser divine king now, the increase in your fire element laws should be greater than your cultivation, right? Duan Lingtian's sudden words caused Ding Yan to be stunned. How did you know? He asked himself. Besides his uncle Sikong, very few people knew about the increase in his fire element laws. Perhaps the Black Dragon Elder in charge of this Hidden Dragon competition, Blue Feather Mountain, also knew. But it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to know. Looks like in their eyes, your strength is much stronger than Ho Qingning's, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. At this time, if Ho Qingning still couldn't react, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Ho Qingning, who came back to his senses, stared at Ding Yan. Ding Yan, to what extent have you comprehended the fire element laws? You actually don't need to go on stage for the entire day. Today, there are less than 100 people who don't need to go on stage. Don't tell me that in their eyes, your strength is enough to enter the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon competition. Ho Qingning didn't even dare to dream of entering the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon tournament, even if he had the high-grade divine tool that Duan Lingtian had lent him. Just now, although he had also won the second round, his opponent's strength was so strong that he could only barely win by relying on a high-grade divine artifact. He still remembered the jealousy and unwillingness in the other party's eyes when he looked at the high-grade divine artifact in his hand. He knew very well that if it weren't for the fact that his opponent only had a medium-grade divine artifact, he would have been the one to lose, not his opponent. But what could he do? Who asked Ho Qingning to have a friend like Duan Lingtian? This was fate. If you're jealous, why don't you go and borrow a high-grade divine artifact? Of course, this was all a play in Ho Qingning's heart. If he really said it out loud, he would definitely become a public enemy, because among the group of young geniuses that participated in the Hidden Dragon competition, not many had a high-grade divine artifact in their hands, even if it was only temporarily borrowed. High-quality divine weapons were not something that could be found on the streets. Even among the divine emperors, they were rare items. Only a few of the higher-ups had them. Not bad. Compared to before, you've made quite a bit of progress. Ding Yan smiled innocently. How little progress is quite a bit? Ho Qingning asked, unwilling to give up. It's just comprehending several types of fusion of the three mysteries of the fire laws. When Ding Yan said the answer that Ho Qingning was waiting for, Ho Qingning was immediately dumbfounded. According to what he knew, this level of comprehension of laws was comparable to the peak young geniuses of the various divine emperor-level influences. Even Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the space laws was only slightly better than this, right? For instance, the hidden fog sects Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, who had died under Duan Lingtian's hands in the past, their comprehension of laws was only comparable to what Ding Yan said. In addition to Ding Yan's berserk transformation bloodline. In other words, with Ding Yan's current strength, even if he was weaker than Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao of the past, he wouldn't be much weaker. How did you comprehend the fire laws? Isn't this speed of progress a bit too exaggerated? Ho Qingning's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Isn't this easy to guess? Duan Lingtian faintly smiled, and then looked deeply at Ding Yan. Ding Yan's uncle must have sent him to the Tianlong clan's law chamber. According to what I know, the Tianlong clan is a god-emperor-level influence. They have a wealth of divine stone veins, far from what a divine emperor-level influence can compare to. The law chamber can even help one comprehend the fusion of three mysteries. Ding Yan. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he smiled mockingly. Looks like your uncle isn't just an ordinary black dragon elder. He had allowed a person to comprehend such a powerful law of fire in less than 30 years. The amount of divine stones consumed was comparable to what he had spent in the Linghu family. This wasn't something an ordinary black dragon elder could accomplish. Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan said bitterly. Ding Yan smiled bitterly. I realize that not only is your innate talent and comprehension ability heaven-defying, but even your brain is frightening. You're right. I did comprehend the law of fire in the Heavenly Dragon Sect's secret room. As he spoke, Ding Yan sighed. It was this matter that made him feel like he owed Uncle Sikong a huge favor. It would be difficult to repay it in the future unless his cultivation surpassed Sikong's one day. The Tianlong clan's law chamber? Ho Qingning was somewhat speechless now. He felt his throat dry up, but his heart was still trembling. He wasn't surprised that Ding Yan could enter the Tianlong clan's law chamber. A black dragon elder could probably send a person into the Tianlong clan's law chamber at any time. However, how long he could stay in depended on how high the black dragon elder's status in the Tianlong clan was. He knew Ding Yan had comprehended the law of fire in the past, but it was inferior to the law he had comprehended. But now, Ding Yan's laws of fire had already left the laws that he had comprehended far behind, reaching a level where he could only look on in the dust. To think I wanted to compete with you. It seems like even if you don't use a prominent divine weapon, and I use a prominent divine weapon, I still won't be a match for you. Ho Qingning said bitterly. I'm just lucky to have a good father. Ding Yan shook his head. He didn't feel superior at all because of this. The person I admire the most is Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, as someone who came to the realms of gods from a Devata realm, and has no one to rely on, I can't help but feel a little ashamed of himself. Only a fool would compete with a monster like Duan Lingtian. Ho Qingning said with a speechless expression on his face when he heard Ding Yan's words. He had long been beaten black and blue by Duan Lingtian, and he had lost his temper. While Duan Lingtian and the others were chatting, the day of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition had finally come to an end. Duan Lingtian, it seems like even if I have the prominent divine weapon you lent me, it'll be difficult for me to make it through the third round. Ho Qingning said with a wry smile on his face as they made their way back. I can see that. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, even if you lose the third round, you won't have to worry about being demoted to an outer sect disciple. That's true. Ho Qingning's mood improved a lot when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. As for the Morong family's third young miss, Morong Inue, the situation was similar. Although her strength was slightly stronger than Ho Qingning's, there was a limit to how much stronger she was. Duan Lingtian, I'll probably have to go on stage tomorrow. As for you, there's a possibility that you'll go on stage as well. Ding Yan looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled as he said this. Duan Lingtian nodded. After watching for a few days, I still haven't had the chance to go on stage. My heart is itching. I just don't know what kind of opponent they'll arrange for me. I think it's not your heart that's itching, but your hands that are itching. You want to torture someone, right? Ho Qingning said unhappily, as if he could see through Duan Lingtian's heart with a glance. Don't make my opponent sound so unbearable. After all, it's the opponent that the Tianlong clan's inner sect elders chose for me. Could it be that you doubt their judgment? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Another day passed. The Hidden Dragon competition continued. On this day, although Ho Qingning and Morong Inue had high-grade divine artifacts, they were still eliminated. The ones who eliminated them were all inner sect disciples who only had middle-grade divine artifacts. When Ho Qingning's opponent defeated Ho Qingning, he even mocked Ho Qingning. If it weren't for your high-grade divine artifact, with your strength, you might not even be able to win the first round. Ho Qingning wasn't angry. If you have the ability, then go get yourself a high-grade divine artifact. The person who originally wanted to anger Ho Qingning was now angered to the point that his face turned red. Why don't you take a look at how old you are? How old am I? Ridiculous. A person who's almost 10,000 years old has only cultivated to this level. I'm not even 5,000 years old. Yet I feel ashamed for you. It had to be said that Ho Qingning's mouth was very poisonous. After Ho Qingning admitted defeat, his opponent was so angry that he wanted to rush up and beat Ho Qingning up. However, under the deterrence of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, he didn't dare to make a move in the end. You really don't want to lose face. After Ho Qingning returned, Ding Yan scolded jokingly. He asked for it. Ho Qingning rolled his eyes, then put the high-grade divine artifact back into the storage ring that Duan Lingtian had given him before. After removing the ownership, he returned it to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, thank you. I know that this high-grade divine artifact must have been borrowed by you. If there's a chance in the future, I'll give you a high-grade divine artifact. When Ho Qingning said this, he was serious. You? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. In my opinion, you'd better wait for me to give you a high-grade divine artifact. By the time you have the ability to give me a high-grade divine artifact, I'll probably have broken through to the God Emperor realm. Do you think I'll lack a high-grade divine artifact by then? Duan Lingtian's words made Ho Qingning speechless, but he still said stubbornly. Even if you break through to the God Emperor realm and nurture a high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul, would you refuse? At this moment, even Ding Yan and Murong Inua couldn't bear to listen to Ho Qingning's words. Ding Yan rolled his eyes and Murong Inua also looked embarrassed. As for Duan Lingtian, he just shook his head and smiled. A high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul? He already had one. It's my turn. Suddenly, Ding Yan's eyes lit up as he stared at one of the empty battle rings. His name had appeared on it. Then, without saying goodbye to Duan Lingtian and the others, Ding Yan went up in a flash. Chapter 3806. Ding Yan's opponent was a proper middle-level divine king. The Tianlong clan's disciple selection test was divided into 3 different age groups. But the Hidden Dragon competition was not divided into age groups. Everyone participated together. Among them, there was no lack of existences close to 10,000 years old. And Ding Yan's current opponent was a young genius from a God King level force. He was over 9,000 years old, and a middle God King. He had comprehended a triple profound fusion and multiple dual profound fusion. Moreover, he possessed the power of bloodline. He had fought 2 battles before and won both battles with ease. Now it was his 3rd battle. Lower God King? Although Ding Yan didn't appear in the qualifier, there were so many people in the qualifier that it was impossible to remember everyone's face. Moreover, the other party was a participant in the first round of the qualifier, so it wasn't strange for him to find Ding Yan unfamiliar. At this moment, he did not underestimate Ding Yan, just because his divine sense detected that Ding Yan was a lower God King. In the past few days, he had been carefully watching the Hidden Dragon competition. The first round was fine, but in the second round he had an impression of everyone who went on stage. But he had no impression of the person in front of him. In other words, this was the first time Ding Yan had gone on stage. And as Ding Yan's opponent's expression turned serious, many people also discovered this point. He is a lower God King? He only went on stage now? It looks like he is very strong. I have no impression of him in the selection test. In the crowd, there was no lack of people who had participated in the 3rd round of the selection test. They had no impression of Ding Yan. This was because they had an impression of all the people who went on stage later. Those people's strength was not ordinary. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. I never thought that Ding Yan would be able to reach this step. Murong Suifeng muttered to himself. His tone carried a bit of a sigh. You know him? Sensing Murong Suifeng's gaze, the Hidden Fog sect master Qian Yin was startled. He looked at Ding Yan and asked. According to the rules of the Hidden Dragon competition, this youth had only gone on stage now. This meant that his strength had obtained the approval of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elders. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged for him to go on stage now. The weaker people were arranged to go on stage early on. Moreover, those who were eliminated rarely went on stage again. Unless he performed well, and was underestimated. In short, although the rules of the Hidden Dragon competition couldn't be considered to be extremely fair. After all, it was completely up to the 10 Tianlong clan inner sect elders to judge the strength of the contestants. Of course, everyone knew in their hearts that although there were only 10 Tianlong clan inner sect elders holding the fort, the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon elder Lan Yushan, who was in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition, and the 2 White Dragon elders behind him, would definitely not allow the 10 inner sect elders to act recklessly. Under these circumstances, the 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan would naturally not be mistaken about a battle between a group of God Kings. Unless you don't want to reveal your true strength until you're defeated. There's nothing you can do about it. You're the one who doesn't want to climb up. You can't blame anyone. 20 years ago, he was a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. He suddenly dropped out of the academy and disappeared without a trace. We only met again a few days ago at the Flame Dragon Arena. Murong Suifeng sighed. Almost at the instant Murong Suifeng's voice fell, Ding Yan's opponent, a middle divine king, had already made his move. He used his full strength right from the start. He didn't hold back at all. The profundities of the laws merged into his divine power, and were released through the middle divine artifact. At the same time, his bloodline power also extended out at the right time. On the other hand, on Ding Yan's side, Ding Yan casually took out an 8-foot-long spear from his storage ring. Although it was called a spear, it was actually more like a spear. As a blood-red light flashed on his body, his divine power instantly skyrocketed. It seemed to have surpassed the boundary of a lower divine king and reached the level of a middle divine king. Then the violent power of flames swept out from the spear like a fire dragon and met his opponent's ferocious attack. Ding Yan's opponent specialized in the law of water. Under normal circumstances, water was the bane of fire. However, this was only in the case where the two powers were of equal strength. When the flames were strong enough, they could also evaporate water. Under everyone's gaze, Ding Yan's attack destroyed his opponent's power and severely injured him. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was frighteningly fast. The fusion of two profundities of the law of fire. Ding Yan's display of strength had shocked many people. With the cultivation of a lower-level God King, he had defeated a middle-level God King opponent with one strike. Ding Yan was the first person to achieve this since the beginning of the Hidden Dragon competition. A lower divine king is actually so powerful? The difference in strength is too great, isn't it? It seems that the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan have misjudged him. Perhaps this young man held back his strength during the sect entrance examination. That's why people underestimated his strength. Ding Yan, a lower divine king, defeated a medium divine king opponent in an instant. His momentum was like a rainbow, attracting the attention of everyone present. Impressive. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile. Ho Qingning and Morong Yingyue at the side were in a daze. Knowing Ding Yan's strength was not ordinary, and witnessing Ding Yan explode with power and defeat his opponent in an instant were two completely different concepts. It's a high divine artifact. Looks like this young man's background is not ordinary. At the same time, many people recognized that the 8-foot-long spear in Ding Yan's hand was a high divine artifact. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he could defeat his opponent, it would not be so easy. At this moment, even the 10 Tianlong clan inner sect elders present looked at each other in dismay. Revered Elder Sikong's nephew is so strong? Looks like we still underestimated him. If we knew he was so strong, we wouldn't have let him go on stage so early. A lower divine king has such strength. Moreover, he seems to be less than 3,000 years old. There aren't many existences like this in the sect. I heard that his fire element laws were improved in the law room in the last 10 years. Even so, if his comprehension ability is insufficient, it would be very difficult to improve the fire element laws to such an extent in such a short period of time. However, the sect really gives revered Elder Sikong preferential treatment. The time Ding Yan stayed in the law room, even if the 10 of us combined, it wouldn't be as long as him, right? Don't speak nonsense. If the sect leader finds out, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin. He respects revered Elder Sikong very much. Many people even say that revered Elder Sikong might be the sect leader's elder or something. As the 10 Tianlong clan inner sect elders communicated privately via voice transmission, the gazes they looked at Ding Yan with became somewhat unfathomable. He's Ding Yan. Revered Elder Sikong asked for the inner sect disciple slot this time for him? The Tianlong clan's Black Dragon elder, Lan Yushan, asked in a voice that only the two people behind him could hear. Yes, Elder Lan. Dongfang Yannian answered in a timely manner. He's a good seedling. Lan Yushan nodded. As expected of the Divine Emperor's descendant. Hearing Lan Yushan's words, he obviously knew that Ding Yan's father was the Divine Emperor. Ding Yan returned victorious. Morong Yingyue congratulated him, but Ho Qingning looked at Ding Yan gloomily. He didn't expect that Ding Yan, who was weaker than him in the past, would be so strong now, leaving him in the dust. Looks like I really have to work hard on my cultivation. Otherwise, Ding Yan will only leave me further and further behind. Ho Qingning sighed in his heart. Duan Lingtian is one thing. He's a monster. If I don't compete with him, Ding Yan still has a chance to catch up. As long as I can rise in the Tianlong clan, it's not impossible for me to catch up to Ding Yan with the Tianlong clan's resources. Ho Qingning's eyes were filled with anticipation. Ding Yan, Looks like these Tianlong clan elders don't understand your strength. Duan Lingtian smiled. Next, you'll probably have to wait for a while before you can go on stage again. They don't know my strength. Letting me go on stage at this time is already giving my uncle Sikong a lot of face. Duan Lingtian, let's not talk about me. With your strength, I'm afraid you'll only be able to go on stage tomorrow. Ding Yin shook his head. That 10,000 demon sex Du Qianjun is going on stage. At the same time, Ho Qingning's voice sounded, causing Duan Lingtian, who had already turned his gaze away from the stage, to look over once more. He saw that the 10,000 demon sex core disciple, Du Qianjun, was going on stage. Du Qianjun hadn't gone on stage before. His comprehension of the laws wasn't weak. In addition, he had recently broken through to become a mid-level god king, so his strength had risen to another level. In addition to his good performance in the qualifiers, he hadn't gone on stage until now. I wonder how senior brother Wu Feng is doing now. Seeing Du Qianjun again, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think of the trip to the divine treasury left behind by divine emperor Qin Wu. He thought of the hidden fog sect's inner sect disciple, Wu Feng, who had gone into the divine treasury with him. Du Qianjun wasn't weak. However, his opponent was also a first-timer. He was also a disciple of a god-emperor level sect. After 100 moves, he defeated Du Qianjun and won the first battle. After Du Qianjun was defeated, his expression naturally turned ugly. At this time, the onlookers even whispered that he wasn't as good as his elder brother Du Pejuan. They said that his parents had given birth to a dragon and a worm. Duan Lingtian was so angry that he glared at those whispering people. He almost rushed up and fought with his life. Of course, he didn't dare to be presumptuous in such an occasion. Moreover, those whispering people were basically people with status and background. They weren't afraid of him. They talked among themselves and completely ignored him. Another day passed. After Ding Yan went on stage again and defeated his opponent in more than 30 moves, Duan Lingtian finally went on stage. Before this, Du Pejuan, a core disciple of the Million Demon sect, and Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua clan, had gone on stage one after another and defeated their opponents. Master Duan, I've heard a lot about you. Duan Lingtian's opponent was a young man in a light blue robe. He had a medium build and a delicate face. He looked quite harmless. However, his opponent's identity wasn't simple either. He was one of the strongest people in the younger generation of the Feng family, a god-emperor level family. He was the nephew of the current head of the Feng family, Feng Wenxiao. Feng Wenxiao was also a famous person. Although he wasn't as famous as Hua Tiandu, he wasn't far off. Chapter 3807. This was not the first time Feng Wenxiao had made a move. If you want to read the entire edition for free, please go to Baidu search. Before he met Duan Lingtian, he had already fought with others and defeated them in 3 moves. He was a high-level god king, skilled in the law of metal, and had a high-grade divine artifact in his hand. He had defeated his opponent with ease. Clearly, his strength had been underestimated to a certain extent. Young Master Feng, I've heard a lot about you. In the face of Feng Wenxiao's politeness, although Duan Lingtian wanted to end this duel as soon as possible, he still nodded politely at Feng Wenxiao and greeted her. As soon as Duan Lingtian returned Feng Wenxiao's greeting, the divine energy that she had been accumulating in her body suddenly surged out. Dazzling golden light instantly covered the surface of his body. Then a layer of blood-red light flashed on his body. It was the power of his bloodline that had been activated and integrated into the dazzling divine power. Buzz. A solid golden saber ray that was like a bright moon slashed toward Duan Lingtian. Wherever it passed, it caused the void to tremble as though it would be slashed apart at any time. Feng Wenxiao's attack was swift and decisive. It was unexpected. Most of the onlookers did not even have time to react. It seems that Feng Wenxiao treats Duan Lingtian as a great enemy. He actually attacked Duan Lingtian, while attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. Looking at his methods, he is much stronger than when he defeated his previous opponent. Those who had regained their senses at lightning speed could see Feng Wenxiao's intention. He wanted to catch Duan Lingtian off guard and defeat him. He's probably using all his strength now. He's just a mid-level god king. Is there a need for him to go so far? Even the core disciple of the Thousand Demon sect, Du Pejuan, said that he was not confident in defeating Duan Lingtian. Do you think there's a need for him to go so far? Feng Wenxiao's strength may not be comparable to Du Pejuan's. Even if he can't compare, the difference isn't that big? The difference isn't that big. He still can't compare to someone that even Du Pejuan is not confident in defeating. How can he be so confident? He's very smart. He grabbed the best opportunity. Among the onlookers, some felt that Feng Wenxiao was despicable, but only a small minority. Most of them felt that Feng Wenxiao was smart and knew how to judge the situation. One had to know that when Feng Wenxiao's previous attack, he was not so unexpected. He was completely waiting for his opponent to make the first move before he attacked. He was extremely graceful, but now he had completely changed his style, as if he was a completely different person. Duan Lingtian is too strong. It's reasonable for him to do this. If I were him, I would do the same. That's what you should do. Now most of the onlookers. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Feng Wenxiao suddenly attack Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan, Ho Qingning, and Murong Inua all had ugly expressions. Ho Qingning couldn't help but curse. Despicable and shameless. However, the Linghu family's three great elders were calm at this time. It was so much so that Linghu Huan, the fat old man, even looked at Feng Wenxiao with a somewhat playful gaze. This brat Ling Tian wanted to trick him? He probably hadn't woken up yet. Even if he couldn't sense Duan Lingtian's divine strength, Linghu Huan wasn't worried at all. This was because he had already discovered that Duan Lingtian had 99 heaven veins. His divine strength could be freely and quickly drawn in and out. It was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Moreover, he had experienced Duan Lingtian's cautiousness in the past. He had led them into the hidden fog sect, killed the disciples of Old Man Feng and Old Man Lei, and then retreated unscathed. How could such a person be so easily tricked? You want to sneak attack me? When Feng Wenxiao suddenly attacked like thunder, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change at all. He even had a mocking smile on his face. Facing Feng Wenxiao's sudden attack, Duan Lingtian casually raised his hand. The high-grade divine sword he had lent to Ho Qingning appeared. And this high-grade divine sword was the one Linghu Huan had given him. You sneak attacked me, so don't blame me for being impolite. Duan Lingtian's mind stirred. Divine power instantly broke out of his body, turning into a spatial storm. Then, it poured into the sword in his hand. With a flash of sword light, it swept out like a whirlwind. Whoosh! The high-grade divine sword that was wrapped in a spatial storm broke through the air. It was so strong that it surpassed Feng Wenxiao's current attack. Embryonic form of sword Dao. The fusion of the three profound meanings of the space laws completely crushed Feng Wenxiao's laws. In addition, there was the amplification power of the space law's avatar. The space law's avatar, in addition to being able to leave the body to fight, could also attack together with the main body when it was hidden in the main body. This would strengthen the main body's attack. Although it couldn't completely stack, it could still increase the power by a lot. Of course, this little bit of amplification was far inferior to the space law's avatar leaving the body and joining forces with the main body. But it was enough to deal with Feng Wenxiao. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian's attack finally collided with Feng Wenxiao's attack, and it emitted an enormous bang that seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. The terrifying aftershock of the energy spread out in all directions, and then it was completely blocked off by the combat arena formation that enveloped them, causing it to not affect the spectators outside. The gray spatial storm persisted for a moment with the resplendent golden light, before completely crushing it. As for the spatial storm itself, it had consumed a lot of energy. However, even so, the strength of the remaining force still caught Feng Wenxiao off guard, and he ruthlessly struck his chest. With a loud bang, an arrow of blood shot out of Feng Wenxiao's mouth as if it didn't cost money. As for him, he was sent flying like an object. He crashed into the array formation barrier of the battle arena, and fainted in front of everyone. If the array formation hadn't supported his unconscious body, he would have fallen like a rootless duckweed. Shower. The expression of a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes suddenly changed. Then his body swayed as he wanted to check on Feng Wenxiao's injuries. Humph. However, when the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was halfway there was a cold snort. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes and casually landed a palm on his body. Bang! With another loud bang, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was severely injured and sent flying hundreds of meters away. Not only was he in a sorry state, but blood was also flowing from the corner of his mouth. I was too concerned. Please forgive me, Elder Dongfang. When the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes looked at the person who had injured him, not only did he not dare to show any anger, he instead repeatedly apologized. Although he was the head of the Feng family, their Feng family was only an ordinary godly emperor family below the Tianlong clan. They were on par with the Linghu family and the Morong family. Even the elders of the Feng family did not dare to say they could defeat a white dragon elder like Dongfang Yannian. Not to mention that he was only a low-level divine emperor. If you continue, I'll kill you without mercy. Dongfang Yannian glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. His tone was so cold that the middle-aged man did not dare to doubt his words at all. At the same time, he continued to apologize, not daring to be negligent. There were rules in the hidden dragon competition. No one was allowed to interfere. Although the head of the Feng family did not necessarily want to help Feng Wenxiao deal with the Duanling Tian, since he had the momentum to charge forward, as the White Dragon Elder in charge of supervising the Hidden Dragon Elders, Dongfang Yannian naturally would not just stand by and watch. In fact, even if Dongfang Yannian did not do anything, the other White Dragon Elder beside him would do something. Even the Black Dragon Elder, Lan Yushan, who was in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition, might do something. However, once Lan Yushan personally took action, the head of the Feng family would definitely not be so lucky. Sensing the cold gaze from Lan Yushan, the expression of the Feng family's head changed once again. At the same time, he repeatedly apologized to Lan Yushan. Only when he knew that Lan Yushan was no longer looking at him did he let out a sigh of relief. However, he was still covered in cold sweat from fright. Although the Feng family had some background in the Tianlong clan, the strongest was only the White Dragon Elder. If the Black Dragon Elder wanted to kill him, no one would stand up for him. However, because of the commotion caused by the head of the Feng family, Duan Lingtian defeating and severely injuring Feng Wenxiao with a single strike, the shock brought to the spectators was temporarily diverted. Only when the commotion calmed down did their attention all land on the youth in purple, with an outstanding aura. Duan Lingtian lives up to his reputation. Isn't this difference a little too great? Is Duan Lingtian really only a middle divine king? A middle divine king defeating a high divine king with a single strike. Duan Lingtian defeating an opponent above his level is even more exaggerated than Ding Yan's. Ding Yan even had the advantage of a high-quality divine artifact. After all, his opponent did not have a high-quality divine artifact. However, Duan Lingtian's opponent also had a high-quality divine artifact. Although Duan Lingtian's performance in the qualifiers was already frightening enough. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian had only faced a group of young geniuses who were not even 5,000 years old. And now, the Feng Wenxiao he had defeated was not someone those young geniuses could compare to. Not only was he over 8,000 years old, he was also an outstanding disciple of a divine emperor-level sect. This guy is in the limelight again. Ho Qingming looked at Duan Lingtian with envy, jealousy, and hatred as he shook his head and sighed. As for Ding Yan, he was also staring at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. The shock in his heart could not be calmed down for a long time. Before this, he had only heard that Duan Lingtian was more powerful than before, but he did not expect it to be to this extent. At this moment, the 10,000 Devil Sect's core disciple Du Qianjuan's face was as dark as water. His expression was extremely ugly. Damn it! If he hadn't stolen the fortune of the God Emperor's divine treasure from me, my current strength would not be weaker than his. The defeat just now caused him to have no chance of entering the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon competition. And in the Hidden Dragon competition, only the top 100 would have rewards. Du Pejuan, who was standing beside Du Qianjun, had an extremely solemn expression. Just like the Donghua clan's young lord, Hua Tiandu, and other people with extraordinary abilities, their expressions were also extremely solemn at this moment. They knew that the youth in purple in front of them would be their greatest enemy in this hidden dragon competition. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian's soul to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression also changed slightly. If you dare to enter the top 10 of the hidden dragon competition, Linghu Renjie will definitely die. The other party's words were a threat. Ling Tian wore supremacy. Chapter 3808. The sudden transmission caused Duan Lingtian's heart to sink. This person was actually threatening him? Moreover, he was threatening him with Linghu Renjie's life? Who is it? Duan Lingtian instinctively looked around, trying to find the person who had transmitted the message from the crowd. However, he found nothing. The other party was very clever. Although he had transmitted the message, it gave him a feeling that it was difficult to find the direction of the transmission. It was as if the voice had come out of nowhere. There's no need to look. I can see you, but you can't see me. The voice rang out again, its tone extremely cold. Because Duan Lingtian couldn't see the other party, he couldn't communicate with them at all. This caused Duan Lingtian's expression to become even more unsightly. Who was it? Was he deliberately mystifying him? Or was he really threatening him? He wanted Duan Lingtian to give up on the top 10 with a single transmission? Who did he think he was? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a transmission to Dongfang Yannian when he exited the Ring of Light, telling him about the transmission he had just received. As for Dongfang Yannian, after hearing his transmission, his expression also changed greatly. Although the Hidden Dragon competition wasn't a grand occasion for the Tianlong clan, it still held great significance for the Tianlong clan. Threatening a new disciple participating in the Hidden Dragon competition was no different from challenging the dignity of the Tianlong clan. Elder Blue. After confirming it with Duan Lingtian, Dongfang Yannian didn't hesitate at all. He immediately reported this matter to the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain. As the person in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition this time, Blue Feather Mountain's expression also changed greatly when he heard Dongfang Yannian's transmission. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a lightning-like gaze and sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, are you telling the truth? There are some words that you must take responsibility for once you've said them. Elder, if you don't believe me, I'm willing to swear a heart demon blood oath. Duan Lingtian said with a deep voice. Normally speaking, only he would be able to hear the other party's voice transmission. However, the realms of gods were the little worlds of supreme experts. Even if they did not pay attention to voice transmissions, the heaven and earth grand formation in their little worlds would still record it. Otherwise, how could he confirm whether a person had received a voice transmission before? In the realms of gods, a heart demon blood oath could be used against any situation. As long as one was not guilty, nothing would happen to them. However, if one made a heart demon blood oath, one would be doomed. Because of this, Blue Feather Mountain's divine sense immediately swept out in all directions after receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation. To be able to send a message to Duan Lingtian without Duan Lingtian noticing it, it must be someone who was one realm higher than Duan Lingtian. At the very least, it must be a lower divine emperor. Although there were many divine emperors present, other than the elders of the Tianlong clan, there were only the upper echelons of various divine emperors and some young geniuses present. It's useless even if you tell Blue Feather Mountain. While Blue Feather Mountain was scanning the surroundings, the other party's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. I've already left. He won't be able to find me. Remember my words. If you don't want Linghu Renjie to die, don't enter the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon competition. The other party's voice transmission came to an abrupt end. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. It was obvious that the other party had noticed Blue Feather Mountain's reaction and left at the right time. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian relayed the other party's message to Blue Feather Mountain. Blue Feather Mountain did not continue searching the surroundings. In a flash, He appeared beside Duan Lingtian. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone except Dongfang Yannian, Duan Lingtian was taken away by Blue Feather Mountain. From beginning to end, Blue Feather Mountain did not greet anyone. Duan Lingtian? What's going on? Duan Lingtian being taken away by Blue Feather Mountain's Black Dragon Elder attracted the gazes of the majority of the people present. At this moment, everyone's gazes were filled with confusion. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even received messages from Ho Qingning, Ding Yan, Ling Huhuan and the others. I'm fine. There's just something that Elder Blue wants to discuss with me in private. Duan Lingtian said to Blue Feather Mountain. As soon as Blue Feather Mountain dared to leave with Duan Lingtian, Dongfang Yannian immediately followed them. They followed Duan Lingtian and Blue Feather Mountain to a relatively short mountain peak in the Firing Dragon Mountain range. Blue Feather Mountain did not say anything about Dongfang Yannian's arrival. He looked towards Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "This is a serious matter. Swear a heart demon blood oath in front of me. Otherwise, I won't be able to completely trust you." Hearing that, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. However, he did not swear a heart demon blood oath immediately. Instead, he asked Dongfang Yannian which branch of the Tianlong clan Blue Feather Mountain belonged to. Of course, Duan Lingtian wanted to confirm whether Blue Feather Mountain belonged to the Thousand Demons sect or not. The Kuang Tianzheng of the Thousand Demons sect wanted to kill him even in his dreams. Elder Blue does not come from any external organization. He was accepted into the Tianlong clan because of his extraordinary talent since he was young. He is a disciple born and bred in the Tianlong clan. He belongs to the main branch of the Tianlong clan. The main branch of the Tianlong clan was also the strongest branch of the Tianlong clan. The strongest existences in the Tianlong clan were basically all from the main branch. The people of the main branch of the Tianlong clan, here referred to the disciples and elders of the Tianlong clan, who did not join the Tianlong clan halfway through their lives. After learning that Elder Black Dragon Blue Feather Mountain belonged to the main branch, Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated. He immediately swore a heart demon blood oath in front of Blue Feather Mountain and Dongfang Yannian. After Duan Lingtian swore a heart demon blood oath, Blue Feather Mountain's expression became terrifyingly gloomy. "Elder, please tell me what I should do next." Duan Lingtian looked at Blue Feather Mountain and sighed. "I'm not sure if he's just scaring me or if he's serious. Linghu Renjia is the head of the Linghu family. I owe him a debt of gratitude. I don't want to be a burden to him. Ignore him." Blue Feather Mountain took a deep breath. A cold light flickered in his eyes. "Have you ever heard that person's voice before?" "No." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Moreover, it's possible to change one's voice through sound transmission. Do you have enemies in the Tianlong clan?" Blue Feather Mountain asked again. This matter was clearly done by someone from the Tianlong clan. Moreover, to be able to come so close to the Flame Dragon arena, that person was at least an inner sect disciple. If it was only an inner sect disciple, he would have easily detected it with his divine sense. Since he couldn't detect it, it meant that the other party was at least a god emperor. Moreover, he knew that the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, was a lesser god emperor. If he dared to use Linghu Renjia's life to threaten Duan Lingtian, it meant that he had the strength to kill Linghu Renjia. "I guess so." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Who?" Blue Feather Mountain asked. "Inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng." Duan Lingtian explained the conflict between him and Kuang Tianzheng. Of course, he didn't mention that he killed Kuang Tianzheng's disciple. Although some things were done by oneself, it was better not to admit it. Moreover, when he killed Kuang Tianzheng's disciple, Chu Han, he wasn't even a Tianlong clan disciple. But Chu Han was a Tianlong clan disciple at the time. "Is there anyone else?" Blue Feather Mountain frowned and asked again. "There is another person. He is the previous sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. I don't know his name, but I know that he is Elder Shui Haichuan's big brother. In the past, because I killed his only son, he left the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Myriad Demon sect. Later, he entered the Tianlong clan. As for Elder Shui Haichuan's big brother, Shui Haishan, I met him in the Stairway to Heaven prison, but I didn't kill him. I just don't know if he will vent his anger on me because of this. Moreover, After Shui Haishan came out, he came to find me with Elder Shui Haichuan. He can be considered a friend of mine. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, in terms of suspicion, I think that Kuang Tianjing is more likely. It can't be Kuang Tianjing. Blue Feather Mountain shook his head and said, I just asked the patrolling elders around the Flame Dragon Arena. His cultivation isn't any weaker than Kuang Tianjing's. If Kuang Tianjing came here, it's impossible for him not to discover him, even if he deliberately hid himself. Maybe it's just one of the divine emperors who deliberately sent you a sound transmission, wanting you to give up the fight for the top 10. If that's the case, their juniors will have a better chance of entering the top 10. Blue Feather Mountain voiced his guess. Although Duan Lingtian also felt that this was a possibility, he still asked further. Is it possible that the person behind Kuang Tianjing is threatening me? When Duan Lingtian said this, Dongfang Yinyan's pupils shrank behind Blue Feather Mountain. Blue Feather Mountain also gave Duan Lingtian a deep look. There's only one person behind Elder Kuang Tianjing, who has the ability to come to the Flame Dragon Arena and threaten you with a sound transmission without being detected by the patrolling elders. That person either came personally, or sent Elder Black Dragon over. You should know who I'm talking about, right? When Blue Feather Mountain said this, Duan Lingtian could only fall silent. Otherwise, what else could he say? That he suspected it was that vice-sect leader Shui of the Tianlong clan? Elder, can you find out who was hiding near the Flame Dragon Arena through the formation mirror image? Duan Lingtian asked. The Linghu family had this kind of formation mirror image. When he left the Linghu family mansion, he wasn't discovered on the spot, but was later discovered through the formation mirror image. I've already asked, Blue Feather Mountain said. Blue Feather Mountain said, no one was around the Flame Dragon Arena when I took you away. In other words, the person who sent the sound transmission to you should be present. From what I saw earlier, other than myself and the 2 White Dragon Elders, there are only a dozen other inner sect elders present. Furthermore, none of them are from the 10,000 Demon sect, nor do they have any interactions with the 10,000 Demon sect. So it should be some foreign divine emperor who sent the sound transmission to threaten you, wanting you to give up. Among those people, the stronger ones, such as the leader of the Donghua clan, and other mid-level divine emperors, should be disdainful of doing something like this. It's most likely someone else who doesn't have confidence in their juniors, and sent the sound transmission to scare you. Blue Feather Mountain voiced his guess. Scare me on purpose? Hearing Blue Feather Mountain's guess, and considering that Blue Feather Mountain had intentionally asked the person in charge of the formation, Duan Lingtian's heart that had been hanging in the air was now slightly relieved. Chapter 3809. Although he was slightly relieved, Duan Lingtian still sent a message to Linghu Renjia when he returned to the Fire Dragon Arena with Lan Yushan. He's using me to threaten you, so that you won't enter the top 10? After receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Linghu Renjia was stunned at first, but then he said indifferently, ignore him. It won't be that easy to kill me. I'm no longer the patriarch of the Linghu family. I'm preparing to enter secluded cultivation in the clan. I'm still very confident in my Linghu family's protective formation. Also, didn't you say, the Black Dragon Elder who's in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition said that it's probably a prank from those foreign god kings, so there's even less reason for you to pay attention to it. Linghu Renjia spoke casually and fearlessly. Only after hearing Linghu Renjia's message did Duan Lingtian completely relax. At this moment he had returned to the vicinity of the Fire Dragon Arena with Lan Yushan and Dongfang Yannian. The Hidden Dragon competition was still going on intensely. However, their return still attracted quite a few doubtful gazes. What is it? Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly in response to Ding Yan and Ho Qingning's questions and said, it's nothing. Duan Lingtian told the 2 elders of the Linghu family, Linghu Zhengxing and Linghu Huan, what had happened to him was the truth. Naturally, the 2 of them were furious when they heard that. However, in the end they advised Duan Lingtian to ignore it. At the same time, they scanned the surrounding god kings, as if they wanted to find the person who could threaten Duan Lingtian. As time passed, Duan Lingtian went on stage again and defeated his opponent easily. Du Pejuan, Hua Tiandu, and the others were the same. They were unstoppable. The woman from the 10,000 Flower Valley, Lady 7, also displayed strength that was on par with men. No one had been able to last more than 3 moves against her. Of course, this was also the reason why her current opponents were relatively weak. However, the weak mentioned here was only relative to her. The Hidden Dragon competition will determine the top 30 first. From the looks of it, the people who will be able to enter the top 30 are already extremely clear. Ho Qingning glanced at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you will definitely enter the top 30. No one will doubt it. However, I'm afraid Ding Yan will have to accept a few challenges. The Hidden Dragon competition would follow the arrangement of the 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, who were in charge of the competition. The top 30 would be decided first. Of course, the exact ranking of these 30 people had yet to be decided. So much so that they hadn't even fought against each other before. They were all people who the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, who were in charge of the competition, thought to be relatively strong, so they hadn't been arranged to fight against each other. Very quickly, the 30 people were decided. At this time, it was already dusk. Next, I will announce the provisional name list of the top 30 people of the Hidden Dragon competition. Now the 30 people whose names I call will defend the ring tomorrow. Prungdong Qin Yuanzheng, Jiwucheng, Situcheng Duan Lingtian, one of the 10 intersect elders of the Tianlong clan who were in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition, loudly announced the names on the name list in his hand. Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan's names were impressively on the list. Besides the two of them, Donghua clan's young sect leader Hua Tiandu, 10,000 Flower Valley's Miss 7, and Ouyang Jianshan of the Ouyang clan were also present. Other than Duan Lingtian, no one else from the Linghu family entered the top 30. However, there was one person from the Murong family named Murong Luofeng, who was a direct descendant of the Murong family. Tomorrow these 30 people will defend the ring. Those who were eliminated earlier have the right to issue a challenge to them. If the challenge is successful, then they can replace them. If the challenge is lost within 100 moves, it will be regarded as a waste of the Hidden Dragon competition's time, and there will be a corresponding punishment. If the challenge is lost within 100 moves, 1 year's worth of Spirit Stone salary will be deducted, and at the same time, 1 year of unpaid patrol outside the sect. If the challenge is lost within 50 moves, 3 years' worth of Spirit Stone salary will be deducted, and at the same time, 3 years of unpaid patrol outside the sect. If the challenge is lost within 30 moves, the punishment. In the beginning, there were many people who didn't know the details of the Hidden Dragon competition, and wanted to challenge a few more people tomorrow to see if they could enter the top 30. But now, after the inner sect elder explained the details, many people who weren't confident in their own strength immediately dispelled this idea. What a joke! Unless they had enough confidence in themselves, if they rashly challenged someone and lost within 100 moves, they would be punished, and the punishment wouldn't be light. Moreover, the faster the person they challenged defeated them, the heavier the punishment they would receive. Today's Hidden Dragon competition also came to an end amidst the size of a group of people. Some people sighed because they didn't enter the top 30. Some people sighed because they didn't have the courage to challenge tomorrow. Some people sighed because their juniors didn't perform as well as they expected. There's no more sound transmissions. Ever since he followed the Black Dragon Elder back to the Fire Dragon Arena from Blue Feather Mountain, Duan Lingtian hadn't heard any more sound transmissions from the person who threatened him earlier. Thinking of Blue Feather Mountain's guess and Linghu Renjia's fearlessness, Duan Lingtian gradually stopped taking this matter seriously. Then he, Ding Yan, and Ho Qingning walked to their temporary residence. These new disciples were all arranged to stay in the same place. On the way, Ho Qingning looked at Ding Yan with a smile. Ding Yan, Duan Lingtian probably won't be challenged tomorrow, but I'm afraid you'll be challenged a lot. You've entered the top 30 today, but don't fail miserably tomorrow. Hearing Ho Qingning's words, Ding Yan lightly shook his head. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a problem. However, although the top 30 should be in the bag, it's still extremely difficult to enter the top 20. After all, my cultivation is still too low. Ding Yan sighed. Today's provisional top 30. Among the 30 you are the only lower god king. Duan Lingtian smiled. I'm sure even your uncle would be pleased with your results. Uncle Sikong only told me to do my best. He didn't set any targets for me. Ding Yan said. He didn't set a target for you to enter the top 10? Ho Qingning stared at him. There's an Emperor Ascension pill in the top 10. Once the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill is consumed, the bottleneck between high-level Divine King and low-level Divine Emperor will be broken. In the future, as long as you accumulate enough energy, you'll be able to enter the lower God Emperor realm from the upper God King realm. Ho Qingning's eyes lit up when she mentioned the Emperor Ascension Pill. Even though she was still far from the upper God King realm, she still looked forward to it. If she consumed it now, she wouldn't have to worry about the bottleneck between the upper God King realm and the lower God Emperor realm. I'm not in a hurry. Ding Yan smiled as he shook his head. Uncle Sikong told me that it's almost impossible for me to enter the top 10 this time. Even if I don't obtain the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill this time, when I become a high-level Divine King, he will still ask the sect master for one. Ho Qingning's expression froze. Even Morong Inua looked at Ding Yan enviously. Ding Yan. Ho Qingning came back to his senses, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Why don't you go back and tell your uncle to get 2 more Emperor Ascension pills for me and third miss? Well, I'll talk to him after the Hidden Dragon competition ends. Ding Yan hesitated for a moment and agreed. It should be no problem. Haha. Before Morong Inua could refuse, Ho Qingning laughed. Ding Yan, I'm just joking with you. I don't deserve it. It's enough that you have the heart. Just now, even Duan Lingtian felt that Ho Qingning was making things difficult for him. After all, he wasn't Ding Yan's father but his uncle. Now when he heard Ho Qingning's words, he shook his head. He was wondering why Ho Qingning suddenly became so impolite. It should be known that he was very polite in front of him. It turned out that he was just teasing Ding Yan. Ding Yan smiled helplessly. However, he had already decided that when he went back, he would mention it to his uncle Sikong. After all, Ho Qingning was one of his few friends. As for Morong Inua, if there were no accidents, she would definitely be a couple with Ho Qingning. Asking for one for her was no different from asking for one for Ho Qingning. When Duan Lingtian and the others returned to their residence, night had already fallen. It was a quiet night. On the second day, Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan, and the others who were tentatively ranked in the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon competition became the arena masters and accepted the challenges of others. Of course, each person only had 2 chances to challenge. Moreover, once they challenged and were defeated within 100 moves, they would be punished. Under these circumstances, although there were people who challenged, it wasn't many. There were only 10 or so people. And they were all people who had a certain level of confidence in their own strength. During this process, Ding Yan was challenged a few times. However, Ding Yan successfully defeated his opponent every time. There were 2 people who persisted past 100 moves. The others were defeated by Ding Yan within 100 moves, and they would also be punished. After a morning, one of the arena masters who were tentatively ranked in the top 30 was eliminated. After that, no one else was eliminated. Until noon, no one issued another challenge. In the afternoon, the 70 people who were tentatively ranked from 31st to 100th would become the arena masters and accept the challenges of others. The rules were the same as well. After an afternoon, before night fell, the results were out. Again, one person was eliminated and replaced, and the others were as steady as Mount Tai. These 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan are too insightful. Only 2 of the people they arranged to enter the top 100 were eliminated and replaced. The scene before their eyes caused many people to sigh with emotion. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. No matter what, these 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan were mid-level divine emperors. It was normal for them to be able to make such accurate judgments after watching a group of divine kings fight. Henceforth, the top 100 people in this Hidden Dragon competition were determined. After that, it would be the top 30 people and the last 70 people in the top 100 to determine the specific rankings. The Hidden Dragon competition will end in a few days. Duan Lingtian's heart shook. For some reason, he couldn't help but recall the voice transmission that threatened him that day. I hope it's really just a bluff. Chapter 38:10. In the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, only those in the top 100 needed to be ranked. Of course, those ranked 31st to 100th would receive the same rewards in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. In truth, the ranking was just a matter of face. As for those ranked in the top 30, the higher they were ranked, the richer their rewards were. In particular, those ranked in the top 10 had the richest rewards. Currently, everyone was able to obtain an Emperor Divine Fruit. This was a divine pill that could allow a higher God King to ignore bottlenecks and break through to the God Sovereign realm. However, even if the 70 people ranked after the top 100 had the same rewards, the ranking battle was still intense. Everyone was doing their best to climb up. It looks like these people are quite smart. Ho Qingning smiled. Of course. Ding Yan said matter-of-factly. To be able to cultivate to their level, they aren't fools. Although it doesn't matter if they are ranked 31st or 100th, the rewards are the same. But as long as they are in the limelight enough, they might be taken in by a Black Dragon Elder. Do they have a chance of becoming a disciple of a Golden Dragon Elder? Ho Qingning asked. That's basically impossible. Ding Yan shook his head. There aren't many Golden Dragon Elders in the Tianlong clan. Every one of them, when placed in the Tianlong clan, has a status equal to the Hidden Fog Sect's Cloud Mist and Thunder Elders. Not to mention those ranked 31st. Even those ranked 11th to 30th would have a status as high as a Golden Dragon Elder. They wouldn't be taken in. As for those in the top 10, they might have a glimmer of hope, but it isn't absolute. Ding Yan was well aware of some of the Tianlong clan's circumstances. In the Tianlong clan, the Black Dragon Elders didn't have the highest status amongst all the elders. Above the Black Dragon Elders were the Golden Dragon Elders. These were the peak powerhouses of the Tianlong clan. Even when looking at the entire Tianlong clan, they could be counted on one hand. The Golden Dragon Elders were all extreme existences amongst higher god sovereigns. Even the current clan leader of the Tianlong clan was slightly inferior to them. In the current Tianlong clan, the Golden Dragon Elder was the strongest, followed by the clan leader, the vice-clan leader, and then the Black Dragon Elder. Of course, the strength of the few Black Dragon Elders was not weaker than the current clan leader, and the vice-clan leaders of the Tianlong clan. Elder Golden Dragon. Duan Lingtian stood to one side and quietly listened to the conversation between Ding Yan and Ho Qingning. He had only heard that the Tianlong clan had a few Golden Dragon Elders, whose strength was close to that of a God Emperor. There were even one or two who were only one step away from becoming a God Emperor. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. That day was also the day when the ranking of the top 30 would be decided. As for the order of the duels, it was still arranged by the 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. 30 people, divided into 15 duels. It was always the strong against the weak. Ding Yan entered the ring earlier than Duan Lingtian, and lost to his opponent. The one who defeated Ding Yan was a direct descendant of the Morong family, Morong Luofeng, who was also Morong Inua's cousin. When Ding Yan entered the ring, Morong Inua privately said that Ding Yan was probably not her cousin's match. After one duel, Ding Yan lost. Morong Luofeng's comprehension of the law of nature was not weaker than Ding Yan's. Although her bloodline power was not as strong as Ding Yan's, she easily defeated Ding Yan with her superior cultivation. Ding Yan wasn't surprised by his defeat. His cultivation was his biggest flaw. Of course, to be able to have the cultivation of a lower divine king at his age was actually already not bad. He was less than 3,000 years old, but Morong Luofeng was nearly 10,000 years old. Moreover, Ding Yan was mentally prepared. He knew that with his strength, even if he could squeeze into the top 30, he would definitely be at the bottom of the top 30. When Ding Yan was defeated, Hua Tiandu on the other side also defeated his opponent after 10 moves. Now Hua Tiandu and Ding Yan were the same. Miss Seven also defeated her opponent, but it took her 20 moves to defeat her opponent. Of course, this did not mean that Hua Tiandu was stronger than Miss 7. The difference in strength between the two opponents was not small. In terms of strength, Duan Lingtian judged that Miss 7's opponent would have no difficulty in reaching the top 20. As for Hua Tiandu's opponent, even if he was not at the bottom, he would at most reach the 25th place. Ouyang Jianchen and Ji Wucheng also won. After Hua Tiandu and Miss 7, Ouyang Jianchen of the Ouyang family and Ji Wucheng of the Hanchu sect also won one after another. Then in the other 5 duels, 5 people also won after some fighting, but it was more difficult. Up until now, the remaining people were all quite strong. Except for those who were especially strong, the rest were about the same strength. Now there are 10 people who are tentatively in the top 15. The battle for the top 30 would also determine the top 15 people first, and those who were tentatively in the top 15 would also be challenged by those who were tentatively in the bottom 15. Of course, if the challenge failed, they would also be punished according to the previous rules. Unless they had enough confidence, otherwise challenging them would be looking for a beating. Duan Lingtian, it's your turn. There were a total of 10 combat rings. After the top 20 people decided on the 10 victors, the remaining 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, once again ascended the combat rings. This time, there were only 5 duels. And among these 5 duels, the most eye-catching ones were 2 of them. One of them was Duan Lingtian's duel. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar to the people present. It was to the extent that Duan Lingtian could be considered a famous person in the area around the Tianlong clan, and at the same time, he was also a popular candidate for the top 3 in the Hidden Dragon competition in everyone's eyes. The most important thing was that Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old. Moreover, it was said that he was more than 100 years younger than Ding Yan, who was not even 3,000 years old, and had fought his way into the top 30. Originally, Ding Yan's limelight was already strong enough, but Duan Lingtian's limelight had completely overshadowed his. There were even many people who were whispering in private, feeling that Ding Yan was unlucky, and that his limelight had been completely stolen by Duan Lingtian. As the person involved, Ding Yan naturally heard these whispers, but he did not care. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was a freak, and he would not compare himself with Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan, how many moves do you think Duan Lingtian will be able to defeat his opponent this time? Ho Qingning asked with a smile. This was also the second time that Duan Lingtian had fought. Since the last time, the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed made the 10 elders of the Tianlong clan, who were hosting the Hidden Dragon competition, directly give Duan Lingtian a spot in the top 30. This kind of treatment was only given to a small number of people, and these people, after being temporarily ranked in the top 30, did not challenge him. Firstly, they all knew that he was strong, and secondly, they all trusted the judgment of the 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian's opponent this time is from the God Emperor level Luosha sect, and he is the last disciple of the Luosha sect's leader. He is also one of the 2 most outstanding young geniuses of the Luosha sect. If he did not hide any trump cards before, Duan Lingtian will definitely defeat him within 10 moves. If he does have any trump cards, he should be able to last a little longer. From Ding Yan's words, it was obvious that he was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. Their conversation was not soft, and several disciples of the Luosha sect who were watching nearby heard it. Immediately, their expressions turned ugly, and they glared at the 2 of them fiercely. A loser like you dares to talk about the disciples of Sha Jinghu? The current leader of the Luosha sect, Sha Jinghu, was a middle-aged man with a strong build and a resolute and cold face. He glanced indifferently at Ding Yan and Ho Qingning, and said with a mocking smile, "Your disciple will soon become a loser like us." Unlike Ho Qingning, who was frowning slightly in fear, Ding Yan directly retorted. He did not give them any face just because the other party was the leader of a God Emperor level sect. At this time, Ho Qingning also gave Ding Yan a thumbs up. Awesome. It was indeed different to have a backer. At this moment, Ho Qingning felt that Ding Yan was awe-inspiring, but at the same time, he felt a sense of loss. Why didn't he have a backer who was a Black Dragon elder in the Tianlong clan? In the Tianlong clan, even if one was a foreign Black Dragon elder, One had to at least have the strength of a Black Dragon Elder if one wanted to be a Black Dragon Elder. Otherwise, they would not be given such a high status. It was not difficult to guess the strength of Ding Yan's uncle. He was at least a high-level Divine Emperor. As for a high-level Divine Emperor, even if he was just an ordinary high-level Divine Emperor, he was not someone the leader of the Luoxia sect, who was only a lower-level Divine Emperor, could compare to. Boy, you're courting death. Xia Jinghu was enraged by the provocation of a lower-level Divine King boy. When he looked at Ding Yan again, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his tone was filled with killing intent. Bang! Almost as soon as Xia Jinghu finished speaking, a loud sound reverberated, causing the 10 people in the 5-way fighting ring who were about to fight to stop temporarily. PFFF. Under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and the others, Xia Jinghu, the leader of the Luoxia sect, was sent flying. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he only managed to stabilize himself after flying for a few hundred meters. This is only a warning. If I hear of anyone who dares to talk nonsense about killing a disciple of the Tianlong clan, I don't mind sending him on his way. The voice of the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain, rang in the air. The person who attacked Xia Jinghu was none other than him. Xia Jinghu's face was as gloomy as still water, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. It was only then that he remembered the boastful person was an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, just like his last disciple. However, this person actually dared to talk about killing an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan in front of the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder. At this moment, only regret was left in his heart. He should not have spoken so arrogantly. Master. Duan Lingtian's opponent, Xia Jinghu's disciple, was a young man dressed in a crimson robe. He had a cold expression on his face, and his expression changed drastically at this moment. Of course, he did not dare to vent the anger in his heart on the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain, who had attacked him. After he coldly glanced at Ding Yan, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian again. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, it seems like your friend is very confident in you. I'd like to see how you're going to defeat me. Chapter 38:11. He was the last disciple of Xia Jinghu, the leader of the Rakshasa sect. As one of the 2 prodigies of the younger generation of the Rakshasa sect, he had his own pride. When he saw that his master had been injured by the elder Black Dragon of the Tianlong clan, because he had tried to protect him, his expression turned ugly. He glared at Ding Yan and swore to himself that he would not let Ding Yan off easily in the future. Then he vented his anger on Duan Lingtian. You're no match for me. Duan Lingtian shook his head gently in the face of the young man's provocation. Although the young man did not take long to defeat his opponent in the previous battle, it was not difficult to see that he had used almost all of his means and held nothing back. Arrogant. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the young man was completely enraged. He could no longer hold back and charged toward Duan Lingtian with the power of thunder that shook the void. Boom. Rumble. The power of thunder and lightning converged around the young man, making him look like the god of thunder. In particular, the divine weapon hammer in his hand was surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning. It pierced through the air, and shot toward Duan Lingtian with earth-shattering power. In the face of the young man's angry attack, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. In a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. Teleportation. In an instant, Duan Lingtian appeared behind the young man and swung his sword. Whoosh. Almost at the same moment when the sword whistled, the young man suddenly turned around. The power on the divine weapon hammer in his hand seemed to be attracted and changed direction abruptly. Moreover, there was almost no consumption. Bang. With a loud bang, the hammer and the sword crossed each other. The terrifying aftershock of the collision spread in all directions, shaking the surrounding array barrier. After the collision, Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. On the other hand, the young man took a few steps back in the air, his face flushed red. At least, that was what the onlookers thought. Duan Lingtian is still better. Isn't that normal? The spectators were not surprised by the scene in front of them. Because, in their opinion, with the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed in the past, In addition to the fact that he was already a medium divine king now, it would not be difficult for him to charge into the top 10. And now, they were only fighting for the top 15. Even if I can't defeat you, I won't let you have it easy. The eyes of the young man who was pushed back by Duan Ling Tian were bloodshot. He was enraged by Duan Ling Tian's humiliation. Soon after, the bloodline energy in his body began to vibrate. The terrifying thunderbolt energy in his body was surrounded by blood-red electric snakes. It was a peculiar sight. Duan Ling Tian again. The young man roared and swung the giant hammer in his hand again, smashing it toward Duan Ling Tian. This time, the power he displayed was even stronger than before. Of course, his strength was limited. This time, he had only used the power of his bloodline. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly as a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes when the young man continued to pester him even after he was at a disadvantage. This guy, can't he see that I have already shown mercy? Forget it. Since you want to embarrass yourself, I will fulfill your wish. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. Then his eyes turned cold. As he raised his hand, the power of the space storm around the upper-grade holy sword raged. The power of the space law doppelganger, which he had not used previously, was instantly injected into the sword. Swoosh! Another sword thrust out. Although it only brought along a dusky and unremarkable spatial storm, it still easily tore apart the other party's beautiful lightning-like attack when it came into contact with it. After which, it landed on the other party's body. Moreover, this time, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to show mercy at all. The tip of the sword was aimed at the young man's head. This scene made Xia Jinghu, the lord of the Luoxia sect, pale. The two inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan also acted immediately and blocked Duan Ling Tian's sword in time. Duan Ling Tian wins. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that his sword was blocked. Not to mention the Black Dragon Elder and the White Dragon Elder. Even the 10 inner sect elders present could easily block his attack. A middle-level divine emperor was far more powerful than him. He was only a middle-level divine king. My current strength is still too weak. If a middle-level divine emperor wants to kill me, he may not even need 2 moves. Duan Ling Tian sighed when his lethal strike was blocked. Yet he didn't feel it was a pity. His figure swayed as he left the combat arena, and only his opponent remained standing in the combat arena with a terrified expression as cold sweat flowed from his body. At the moment of life and death, he did not even have time to admit defeat. He had almost died under Duan Ling Tian's sword. Duan Ling Tian, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Ho Qingning said mockingly as soon as Duan Ling Tian returned to Ding Yan and the other side. What do you mean on purpose? Duan Ling Tian glared at Ho Qingning. Do you think I'm like you? I just couldn't hold back. Ho Qingning rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian when he heard this. Do you think I'm stupid? You couldn't hold back? Until now, I still don't know how much strength you've hidden. As someone who came from a Devata realm, not a native of a realm of gods, and without the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse, how could you not have a law clone? In Ho Qingning's opinion, whether it was when Duan Ling Tian had fought in the Hidden Fog Academy or the Hidden Fog sect, he must have held back. After all, he had never heard of Duan Ling Tian using a law clone. It was not a big deal if it was just a law clone. However, since Duan Ling Tian's law clone was condensed from the law of space, it was equivalent to a helper whose strength was not much weaker than his main body. Moreover, since it was his law clone, it was not against the rules to join forces with him when they sparred. This was the default rule in the realms of gods. If this was against the rules, then what about the natives of the realms of gods who bullied others with their bloodline? Those who came from a Devata realm, and were not natives of a realm of gods, had the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. It was just a matter of how strong or weak the bloodline was. Duan Ling Tian had defeated a prodigy from the Luoxia sect, a divine emperor, with just 2 moves. Although the onlookers were mentally prepared, they were still shocked by Duan Ling Tian's speed. It was just 2 moves. For a moment, they felt that Duan Ling Tian was more terrifying than the rumors made him out to be. At this moment, even Du Pejuan, a core disciple of the 10,000 Devil sect, had a solemn expression on his face. Even if he fought personally, He was not confident he could defeat his opponent with just 2 moves. Unless his opponent underestimated him. The prodigy from the Luoxia sect was not weak. For a moment, Du Pujuan felt a sense of pressure pressing down on him. At this moment, Du Pujuan was not the only one with a solemn expression. The young sect leader of the Donghua sect, the 7th young lady of the 10,000 Flower Valley, Ji Wuchang of the Beginning Frost sect, and the others had similar expressions on their faces. Duan Lingtian's strength had exceeded their expectations. Although Duan Lingtian had defeated his opponent with just 1 move, he had used a technique that was not any weaker than the one he had used earlier. However, his opponent was too weak. Moreover, these people were only god kings and could not see through Duan Lingtian's moves. Therefore, they did not see the difference in strength between Duan Lingtian and his opponent. However, the opponent that Duan Lingtian had defeated now was much stronger than his previous opponent. It was even possible that the prodigy from the Luoxia sect whom Duan Lingtian had defeated now could be defeated by his previous opponent with just 1 move. The same strength had been displayed. Previously, Duan Lingtian had completely crushed his opponent. Now he had just barely crushed his opponent. It was a completely different concept. Because of this, although Duan Lingtian's current performance was very strong, the group of god emperors present were not very surprised. This was because in their eyes, Duan Lingtian had not actually displayed more strength than before. His strength was about the same as before. It was just that the difference in strength between his opponent and his opponent was huge. Even the leader of the Luoxia sect was not surprised, although his expression was dark. This was because he also knew that his disciple was no match for Duan Lingtian. The reason why he did not ask his disciple to admit defeat was that he wanted his disciple to train more. However, although he thought so, he was still very unhappy when he heard Ding Yan say that Duan Lingtian could defeat his disciple within 10 moves. Although he did not think that his disciple could survive 10 moves, it was still unpleasant to hear it from someone else. Since Duan Lingtian did not reveal his true strength, the divine emperors present on the scene were just as shocked as before. Their expressions were as calm as water in an ancient well. At the same time, the other 8 people who had fought with Duan Lingtian had also finished their matches. Soon, the provisional rankings of the top 15 were out. Next, the 15 people who were defeated just now can challenge the 15 people in front of you. If you succeed in your challenge and successfully fend off the challenges, you will have a chance to re-enter the top 15. Moreover, it will not be a provisional ranking but a final ranking. Elder Blue Feather Mountain's voice was heard. Next, it was the challenge round. However, after watching the previous matches, the people in the top 15 did not dare to challenge their opponents unless they were very confident in their strength. If they were defeated within 100 moves, not only would they not be able to enter the top 15, but they would also be punished. I really don't understand why there is a punishment. If there was no punishment, I would definitely be willing to give it a try. A young man sighed. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he did not think much of it. The Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition had this rule to test the courage and confidence of the participants. Of course, he also felt that if he knew that he was no match for them, there was no need to challenge them rashly. However, if there was a glimmer of hope, he would definitely challenge them. Now he heard a few people whispering. They all felt that there was a certain level of hope, but they did not challenge them because they were not confident enough. However, in the end, there were still people who challenged them, including Duan Lingtian's opponent, the disciple of the Luoxia sect. However, he failed in his challenge. He did not need to be punished after 100 moves. When there were no more challenges, it was only noon, and the ranking battles for the top 15 people in the top 30 began. After an afternoon, the rankings were out. Ding Yan was ranked 28th. That Duan Lingtian has entered the top 15. Deep in the night, somewhere in the Tianlong temple, a slightly gloomy voice sounded in a courtyard, but the voice was not loud. If he enters the top 10 tomorrow, he will kill that Ling Hu Renjia. Another voice sounded, dignified and indifferent. Chapter 38:12. The next day. If nothing unexpected happened, This was also the last day of the Hidden Dragon competition. On this day, the final ranking of the top 15 would be decided. Therefore, unlike yesterday, the number of Inner Sect disciples and Tianlong clan elders that had come to the Flame Dragon arena had increased by a lot. Although the number had been increasing before, the increase had been very small. Today was the first day that it was truly lively. The number of Tianlong clan disciples and elders that had come to join in the fun was no less than the number of senior members of the various Divine Emperor forces, and the elders of the other new disciples combined. Duan Lingtian, take first place. That way, I can brag to others. On the way to the Flame Dragon arena, Ho Qingning said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. As he spoke, his eyebrows were raised as if Duan Lingtian had already taken first place in the Hidden Dragon competition. Although Ding Yan didn't say anything, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was some expectation in his eyes. Lingtian, you brat. When they arrived at the Flame Dragon arena, the voice transmission of the Linghu clan's elder, Linghu Huan, entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. If you're able to seize first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, then I won't go back on my word. The high-grade divine sword I lent you is yours. Duan Lingtian laughed inwardly. It seemed that Elder Huan really thought that he didn't have a high-grade divine weapon. If he knew that the number of high-grade divine weapons in his possession was more than all the high-grade divine weapons in the Linghu family combined, what would Elder Huan think? Little Tian, that person who sent you a message a few days ago didn't send you another message, right? Dongfang Yannian asked Duan Lingtian when he arrived near the Flame Dragon arena with Elder Black Dragon Blue Feather Mountain. Duan Lingtian shook his head. No. Then it really was a prank. Dongfang Yannian nodded. Otherwise, there's no way he wouldn't send you another message after seeing you enter the top 15. Duan Lingtian nodded. He no longer took this matter seriously. He had also thought it through. Linghu Renjia was in the Linghu family, so if one wanted to kill him, one would need at least the strength of a high-level Divine Emperor. If it was only a middle-level Divine Emperor, even if it wasn't an Inner Sect elder of the Tianlong clan, or the stronger White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, even if they could just barely break through the formation, it would be very difficult for them to have enough strength to kill Linghu Renjia. This matter was confirmed by the two White Dragon elders, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. When the person in charge of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, Blue Feather Mountain, arrived, the people who were supposed to be here had basically all arrived. After Blue Feather Mountain arrived, he opened his mouth to announce the competition rules for the top 15 participants of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. Currently, the top 15 participants of this year's Hidden Dragon Grand competition have yet to be determined. For the sake of absolute fairness, we will no longer be the ones to decide on the list of participants. Next, the top 15 will draw lots. The lots will be numbered from 1 to 15. After that, the people who draw lots and the people who draw lots at the back can challenge the people who draw lots at the front. The people who are challenged can rest for a round after fighting one round, and no one else can challenge them. If there is a situation where the person in front of you has just fought a round, and no one can challenge them, then wait for a while, and wait for the person in front to recover his divine power and injuries before challenging him again. Today is the last day of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, and the final ranking of the top 15 will be decided. Therefore, there will be no more people fighting separately. Every round will be two people fighting each other. As Blue Feather Mountain's voice fell, he raised his hand, and 15 objects that looked extremely like stones appeared in the air. They were completely black. However, these 15 stones were wrapped in a faint mist, and were faintly discernible. The numbers on them couldn't be seen clearly. Now the 15 of you will each take an Ink Profound Stone. The numbers on the Ink Profound Stone represent the order of your challenge. The people who draw lots at the back can challenge the people in front of them, and if they succeed, they can replace them. Black Profound Stone was a material used to refine divine artifacts. Duan Lingtian had heard of it before. It wasn't the kind that was especially rare, and was mostly used to refine low-ranked divine artifacts. As Blue Feather Mountain's voice fell, many people immediately began to move, and each of them used their own power to absorb a piece of Ink Profound Stone. Duan Lingtian was in no hurry. Before long, there were only 2 pieces of ink profound stone left. Only Duan Lingtian and the 7th young lady from the Divine King level sect, 10,000 Flower Valley, had not taken any. The 2 of them subconsciously looked at each other, and then moved together, each taking a piece of ink profound stone. After obtaining the ink profound stone, Duan Lingtian glanced at it. 6. At this time, Ho Qingming also came over and said with a mocking smile, Duan Lingtian, your luck isn't too good. You didn't get one. One? Duan Lingtian shrugged indifferently. If you really want one, you can just challenge it. But I'm in no hurry. Now, I'm sure everyone will take one. As Duan Lingtian spoke, rows of names appeared in the void in front of them. From top to bottom, they were divided into 15 lines. First place, Peng Dong 2nd place, Yuan Yuanjing 3rd place, Hua Tiandu 4th place, Murong Luofeng 5th place, Deng Jiani 6th place, Duan Lingtian 11th place, Du Pejuan 13th place, 7th young lady 15th place, Ouyang Jianchen. This is the provisional ranking you've drawn from the lots. When the ranking formed by the matrix appeared, Blue Feather Mountain's voice sounded again. Next, if you want to climb up, you have to challenge the people in front of you. If the person in first place can withstand all the challenges and stand until the end, he will be first. And the person in 15th place can also challenge the person in first place. As long as he wins, he will be the new first place, and the people behind him will move down 1 place. If no one challenges him until the end, then the top 15 of the Hidden Dragon tournament will be decided. Following Blue Feather Mountain's words, Ouyang Jianchen, who drew lot number 15, had already transformed into a sword ray and flashed out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the combat ring that had just formed not long ago. This combat ring was surrounded by light, and compared to the combat ring that appeared yesterday, it was clearly better and more solid. And the people that were fighting today were even more powerful. Some people might have already displayed quite a bit of strength earlier, but there were also some people who held back earlier. No one dared to say that the person who quickly defeated his opponent was the strongest. How would you know if this person didn't use his full strength? How would you know that those people who eliminated their opponents weren't intentionally hiding their strength, so that they could explode out at a critical moment to gain an advantage? I challenged the person in first place, Peng Dong. Ouyang Jianchen was the 3rd young master of the Ouyang family, a famous young genius around the Tianlong clan. Up until now, the strength he had displayed was not inferior to Hua Tiandu, 7th young lady, and the others. As for whether that was his true strength, it would depend on his performance today. As soon as he entered the arena, he challenged the person with the best luck, Peng Dong, who had drawn lot number 1. Peng Dong was a young man in a loose blue robe. His appearance was ordinary, and his figure was medium, but his eyes were sharp and spirited. At this moment, facing Ouyang Jianchen's challenge, he also entered the arena in a timely manner. Peng Dong did not belong to a divine emperor force, nor a divine king force. He was just a loose cultivator. A loose cultivator who can reach Peng Dong's level. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, his foundation is probably not inferior to Du Pejuan and Hua Tiandu. It's really rare. His elder is also here, a lower divine emperor. While Peng Dong was the center of attention, one of the onlookers also attracted the attention of the crowd. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build. His appearance was 60 to 70% similar to Peng Dong. He had a head of gray-white hair, and although he was not tall, he gave people a feeling that he was as tall as a mountain. He stepped on the void, and a faint yellow light twined under his feet. What he was stepping on was the fusion of divine energy and the law of earth. He's injured. Many of the people present noticed that this low-level godly emperor was injured. Because of this, they could understand why Ouyang Jianchen sent his junior to the Tianlong clan. It was most likely because he did not have confidence in the upcoming heavenly tribulation. He was afraid that if he died, there would be no one to take care of his junior. Under such circumstances, sending him to a powerful force was the best choice. In the realms of gods, many loose cultivators would do this. After a while, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ouyang Jianchen and Peng Dong made their moves. One of them used a sword, while the other used a saber. For a time, the battle arena was filled with saber lights and sword shadows. The raging power set off a terrifying storm. At the same time, those with good eyesight could easily see that both of them were injured. However, Peng Dong's injuries were more serious. After 100 moves, Ouyang Jianchen stabbed Peng Dong's shoulder with his sword. Peng Dong immediately admitted defeat. When Ouyang Jianchen stabbed Peng Dong, the sword was aimed at his forehead. However, Ouyang Jianchen's sword changed direction midway. As expected of a disciple of an aristocratic family, "You're so graceful. Thank you for showing mercy." Although Peng Dong lost, he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. This was because Ouyang Jianchen did not use a high-grade divine artifact. Instead, he used a medium-grade divine artifact like Peng Dong. There was no other way. Peng Dong's father was a loose cultivator. Although he was a lower divine emperor, he did not have a high-grade divine artifact. As for Ouyang Jianchen, Peng Dong did not need to guess. He knew Ouyang Jianchen would definitely have a high-grade divine artifact. When Peng Dong admitted defeat and retreated, he looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be more famous than Ouyang Jianchen, did not have Ouyang Jianchen's demeanor. Earlier, when he attacked, he almost killed the last disciple of the sect leader of the Rakshasa sect. What's with that look? Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he saw Peng Dong's meaningful look. It was not difficult to guess the meaning behind Peng Dong's gaze. Does he think I'm not as good as Ouyang Jianchen? Alright. I'll pull Ouyang Jianchen down from first place in a while. Ho Qingning, who was next to Peng Dong, could not help but laugh when he saw Peng Dong's expression. At the same time, the positions of the two names on the ranking list had changed. Ouyang Jianchen's name appeared in the first place while Peng Dong's name dropped to the second place. The remaining 13 people's names dropped by 1 rank each. Chapter 38:13. After Ouyang Jianchen successfully challenged the first place, it was the turn of the 14th place, who was now the 15th place, to challenge. This person was a disciple from a God King level faction, and had made it into the top 15. The only people he could choose to challenge now were those who were ranked 3rd and below. In the end, he chose to challenge Deng Jiani, who was ranked 1 place behind Duan Lingtian and ranked 1st. During this time, his gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others. The reason why he chose Deng Jiani in the end was because he felt that he had more confidence in challenging this person. Deng Jiani was a genius disciple from a God King level faction. He was quite strong and defeated his opponent after 30 moves. At this time, he also displayed a stronger strength. This Deng Jiani hid a lot of his strength before. It's because he hid his strength that he was targeted. However, judging from the current situation, Deng Jiani's strength is not weaker than the other people in the second tier. I just don't know if he's still hiding his strength. Deng Jiani's further display of strength also attracted the attention of the spectators, because the strength he displayed before was somewhat reserved compared to now. With the strength he displayed now, it was enough for him to enter the second tier. Up until now, the surrounding crowd of spectators had divided the top 15 people in the Hidden Dragon competition into 3 groups. The first tier consisted of Duan Lingtian, Miss Qi, Du Pejuan, Hua Tiandu, Ji Wuchang, Ouyang Jianchen. The second tier consisted of Peng Dong, Qin Yuanzheng, Situcheng Morong Luofeng. Now there was Deng Jiani. The third tier consisted of the remaining 4 people, including the person who challenged Deng Jiani, and was defeated. If the challenge failed, the ranking would not change. It's Miss Qi's turn. Miss Qi from the 10,000 Flower Valley was also one of the 2 women who made it into the top 15 of the Hidden Dragon tournament. She was also the stronger of the 2 women. So far, she had defeated her opponents relatively easily. Who will Miss Qi challenge? While many people were curious about this, Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on Miss Qi. He was also curious about her next choice. He will probably choose the first one. Just as Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, Miss Seven's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Then she said bluntly, "I challenge Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian was stunned. The others were also stunned. This 7th young lady, instead of challenging the first-ranked Ouyang Jianchen, actually challenged the current 7th-ranked Duan Lingtian? What happened? This 7th Miss didn't pay attention to anyone before the Hidden Dragon competition began, and only took the initiative to look for Duan Lingtian. Could it be that she went to seek love from Duan Lingtian, and hate was born from love? I don't think so. Duan Lingtian may be handsome, but he's not handsome enough to make a female genius like the 7th young lady so infatuated with him. Right? It's hard to say. I have seen many handsome men, but this is the first one with such temperament. The whispers of the spectators entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel a little lightheaded. So my appearance is actually so attractive? However, when Duan Lingtian's gaze met Miss Seven's gaze, he instantly came back to his senses. Perhaps the other party's challenge had nothing to do with his appearance. Since he was challenged, Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't avoid the challenge. His goal was to be first. If he avoided the challenge, even if he defeated everyone else, he would at most be second. This 7th young lady went to look for Duan Lingtian before? Ding Yan asked Ho Qingning curiously. Yes. Ho Qingning nodded as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, she seemed to be looking for Duan Lingtian to meet Elder Shui Haichuan. I wonder what her relationship with Elder Shui Haichuan is. Challenging Duan Lingtian probably has something to do with Duan Lingtian and Elder Shui Haichuan being acquainted. Of course, this was only Ho Qingning's conjecture. However, this battle still attracted the sidelong glances of everyone present, especially the Linghu family's clan elder Linghu Huan, who transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian and said, Kid, this is the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. The reward for first place and the reward for later places can't be the same. Don't fail miserably, because you have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Women are the most terrifying creatures in this world. Don't be bewitched by her. At the same time that Linghu Huan transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian to boast, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glance at him. His deep gaze caused Linghu Huan to feel somewhat guilty. Elder Huan, tell me your story. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice. This time, Linghu Huan was mute for a moment. Then he said in a stuttering voice, What nonsense are you talking about? I've never suffered a loss in the hands of a woman. I'm such a wise and powerful person. How could I possibly suffer a loss in the hands of a woman? Duan Lingtian laughed involuntarily. Did this count as confessing without being pressed? However, Duan Lingtian didn't have the time to continue chatting with Linghu Huan, because Miss Seven had already followed him into the arena and confronted him. Divine energy appeared on her body. Who do you guys think will win, Duan Lingtian or Miss Seven? Many of the spectators were extremely curious about this. Based on the strength they've displayed so far, Miss Seven is slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian. I just don't know if this Miss Seven is hiding her strength. Otherwise, she shouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian. If she's hiding her methods, she might be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. Of course, the prerequisite is that what Duan Lingtian displayed earlier was already his full strength. While the spectators were discussing animatedly, Miss Seven's gaze focused on Duan Lingtian. Following that, her figure swayed, and a green light shot out from her body. Terrifying thick thorny vines swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian. Miss Seven was skilled in the law of wood among the 5 elemental laws. However, when she first made her move, she did not use the law of wood. Instead, she used another law. Later on, when she encountered opponents who were stronger, she used the law of wood that she was most skilled in. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The thorny vines shot out like giant pythons opening their bloody mouths as they pounced toward Duan Lingtian ferociously. Moreover, there was a faint blood mist surrounding the giant pythons. As soon as Miss Seven made her move, her strength was even stronger than before. At this moment, the spectators finally realized that she was holding back. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart when he saw how ferocious 7th young lady's attack was. At the same time, a figure suddenly shot out from his body. Surprisingly, it was another person who looked exactly like him. It was his space law avatar. When Duan Lingtian made his move, his clone from the law of space made his move as well. However, this time, his clone from the Law of Space made his move as well. The only difference was this time his clone from the Law of Space made his move as well. Boom. Boom. Duan Lingtian's original body and the Space Law avatar made their move together. Although it was only 1+1, the power that was displayed was enough to easily crush Miss Seven's attack. Then, before Miss Seven could react, Duan Lingtian and his original body had already teleported one after another, sandwiching Miss Seven in the middle. Then, without any hesitation, the sword in his hand shone and a space storm raged. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air, as the vine beneath Seventh Young Lady's feet exploded like a cannonball. The recoil from the explosion pushed Seventh Young Lady up into the sky, and vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's Space Law avatar and his Space Law avatar collided. However, there was no destructive power because the two of them came from the same source. When they collided, they only merged with each other. She dodged pretty quickly. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then he teleported again with his Space Law avatar and chased after Miss Seven. At this time, the spectators also recovered from their shock. It's a Space Law avatar. Duan Lingtian is just like the rumors say. He's not a native of the Mystic Gangland. That's right. People from the realms of gods like us from the Mystic Gangland can't form a Space Law avatar because of the supreme bloodline in our bodies. This is a Space Law avatar? I've only heard of it before. Today is my first time seeing it. Many people were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's Space Law avatar. At the same time, some of them recalled the rumor that Duan Lingtian was from a Devata realm. Naturally, most of them had scoffed when they heard the rumor. How could a person from a Devata realm break through and become a god king before the age of 3,000? What a joke. In their opinion, people from the Devata realms who came to the realms of gods were mostly old people. Those who could cultivate to the god king stage before the age of 10,000 were rare geniuses. Even more people felt that it was fake news spread by others. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's Space Law avatar with their own eyes, they finally realized that Duan Lingtian was really from a Devata realm, and was not a native of a realm of gods. This is too terrifying. His Space Law avatar is not any weaker than his true body. Apart from the fact that he doesn't have a prominent grade divine weapon, his Space Law avatar is no different from his true body. If his Space Law avatar is given a prominent grade divine sword, its strength will be on par with his true body. As the crowd discussed among themselves, Duan Lingtian gained the upper hand in the battle. After summoning his Space Law avatar, his strength completely overwhelmed the Seventh Young Lady. After 3 moves, the Seventh Young Lady was completely at a disadvantage. He defeated her with the 5th move. I've lost. Although the Seventh Young Lady was defeated, there was no sign of dejection in her eyes. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a determined expression. Defeating you will be my first goal after joining the Tianlong clan. I'll be waiting. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. However, he was inwardly shocked by the Seventh Young Lady's strength. Based on the Seventh Young Lady's strength, she was stronger than Du Pejuan, Hua Tiandu and the others. Naturally, Du Pejuan, Hua Tiandu, and the others might not have used their full strength before today. A Space Law avatar? Interesting. A smile appeared on Hua Tiandu's face. Chapter 38:14. When Duan Lingtian summoned his Law of Space clone, it was as though he had duplicated himself and joined forces with his main body. Under such circumstances, even though Miss Seven was strong, she was still defeated by Duan Lingtian. At this moment, apart from Hua Tiandu and Miss Seven who had just been defeated by Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people in the top 15 had a solemn expression on their faces. It was apparent they did not expect Duan Lingtian to possess such a technique. Duan Lingtian. Du Pejuan's expression was grave. Initially, he thought even if he was not strong enough to defeat Duan Lingtian, it would not be a problem for him to come to a draw with Duan Lingtian. However, it seemed like if he were to fight Duan Lingtian, even if he took every step carefully and did not take the conventional path, the chances of him being defeated would be higher. Damn it! Du Qianjun's expression turned even more ferocious. This fellow actually has such a trump card? He's just a lowly person from a Devata realm. How could he possess such a technique? At this moment, Du Qianjun's rationality was almost consumed by jealousy. He wished he could possess Duan Lingtian and take all of Duan Lingtian's abilities for himself. At this moment, even the high-ranking officials from the various divine emperor forces were looking at Duan Lingtian intently. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to rank first in the Hidden Dragon competition. Many people sighed. Although there were still many people who performed well, Duan Lingtian's performance had completely overshadowed theirs. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not at his limit yet. Currently, his Law of Space clone did not have a Devata artifact to rely on. If he could use a Devata artifact, his strength would rise to another level. After all, would Duan Lingtian lack any Devata artifacts? Even if he only had a prominent Devata artifact, he could still borrow another one. This time, there were 3 elders from the Linghu family. Each of them had at least one prominent Devata artifact. And now most people were thinking the same thing. The challenge continues. As the Black Dragon Elder Blue Feather Mountain spoke, after 7th young lady's failure, the person ranked before 7th young lady, who was considered to be in the 3rd echelon, also challenged another person who was considered to be in the 3rd echelon. After 100 moves, the 2 of them were tied, and their rankings remained unchanged. After a few consecutive battles, the rankings began to change. Ouyang Jianchen replaced Peng Dong as the new number 1, while Peng Dong fell to number 2. It's Du Pejuan's turn. Who do you think he will challenge? Soon it was Du Pejuan's turn. After looking at the people in front of him, Du Pejuan decisively challenged another person who had not yet made a move, and was recognized as the 3rd echelon. In less than 10 moves, he had defeated the other party. Then he replaced the other party's ranking and took the 9th place. Du Pejuan fought steadily and surely. He did not rush for quick success. After Ouyang Jianchen, he had successfully defeated his opponent. After Du Pejuan won, the challenge continued. It was Situ Cheng's turn, who had fallen to the 11th place because Du Pejuan had jumped the queue. Situ Cheng came from the Situ family, a divine emperor clan. The Situ family was a powerful divine emperor clan with a medium divine emperor. After Situ Cheng went up, he challenged Deng Jiani and defeated him after 50 moves. Then, the challenge continued. After one challenge after another, it was finally Duan Lingtian's turn. Now Duan Lingtian had fallen to the 8th place because Deng Jiani had been eliminated. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian went up and successfully attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze fell on Ouyang Jianchen, who was temporarily in the 1st place. They thought that Duan Lingtian would definitely challenge Ouyang Jianchen. In fact, Duan Lingtian did think so. Ouyang Jianchen. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Ouyang Jianchen. Ouyang Jianchen instantly turned into a sword light and entered the arena. Then, the sword light turned into an elegant young man. Duan Lingtian. After Ouyang Jianchen entered the arena, he was no longer as calm as before. His gaze was solemn as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although I don't think I can defeat you, I still want to see the gap between us. Even someone as proud as Ouyang Jianchen could not help but be convinced by Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian did not disappoint Ouyang Jianchen. After 3 moves, he suppressed Ouyang Jianchen and defeated him. During this process, he did not let his clone of the Law of Space use a divine artifact. Otherwise, his strength would definitely be stronger. Duan Lingtian has reached the top. Although he's temporarily in the 1st place, I think he'll still be in the 1st place in the end. Everyone present was very confident in Duan Lingtian. Even the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain, looked at Duan Lingtian with a much gentler gaze. It could be foreseen that once a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian grew up in the future, he would definitely surpass anyone in the history of the Tianlong clan. He was not even 3,000 years old, yet he had such strength. Even among the top god emperor level forces in Tunglung province, there was no such existence in the current era. Perhaps such an existence had appeared in their history, but it was definitely very rare. In the following challenges, very few people challenged Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Ji Wucheng, Hua Tiando, or the others, none of them challenged Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of others, they knew that they were not a match for Duan Lingtian, and were not in a hurry to challenge Duan Lingtian. Of course, this did not mean that they would not challenge Duan Lingtian in the future. However, challenging Duan Lingtian at the beginning was not a good thing for them. If they were injured and their performance was affected, perhaps they would not be able to get the desired ranking. For this reason, Duan Lingtian became a bystander in the upcoming battle. He stayed by Ding Yan and Ho Qingning's side and watched the battle with them. Duan Lingtian, look, this Ji Wuchang is really strong. Facing the challenge of Miss 7, he is not at a disadvantage at all. No wonder he is as famous as Hua Tiando. Duan Lingtian, I think this Du Pejuan is going to lose. I'm afraid he is not a match for Hua Tiando. Sai, our Morong family's Morong Luofeng should be able to squeeze into the top 10, right? After a series of challenges, other than Duan Lingtian, who was temporarily first place, no one else was challenged in the top 15. The rankings of the people behind him were basically fixed. In this process, the most outstanding was still Hua Tiando. Not only did he defeat Du Pejuan, he also defeated Miss 7, Ji Wuchang, and Ouyang Jianchen. However, Ouyang Jianchen's strength was also not bad. Other than losing to Miss 7, he also defeated Ji Wuchang, and was temporarily ranked 3rd. Hua Tianfu was ranked 2nd. The current top 10 rankings were: 1st place, Duan Lingtian; 2nd place, Hua Tiando; 3rd place, Ouyang Jianchen; 4th place, Miss 7; 5th place, Ji Wuchang; 6th place, Du Pejuan; 7th place, Peng Dong; 8th place, Situcheng; 9th place, Qin Yuanzheng; 10th place, Morong Luofeng, and behind her was the 11th place, Deng Jiani. However, including Deng Jiani, other than not challenging Duan Lingtian, the 5 people behind him had basically fought with the people in front of them, and were all defeated. Therefore, unless they could defeat Duan Lingtian, they were not fated to be in the top 10. And if they wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian, unless Duan Lingtian went easy on them, they also knew that they were no match for him, so they also gave up the opportunity to challenge Duan Lingtian. Based on the current situation, I'm afraid only Hua Tiandu is capable of challenging Duan Lingtian. Although Hua Tiandu's strength isn't inferior to Duan Lingtian's clones without Devata artifacts, I'm afraid he's not a match for Duan Lingtian. Maybe Hua Tiando is still hiding his strength. I remember he hasn't used his bloodline power so far. At this time, many people realized that Hua Tiando, the young master of the Donghua sect, had defeated Ouyang Jianchen, Miss 7, and Ji Wuchang without using his bloodline power so far. Ji Wuchang, Du Pejuan, do you still intend to challenge Duan Lingtian? Just as everyone's gaze passed by Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiando, the voice of Elder Lan Yushan of the Black Dragon sect also sounded. As for the 2 people who were asked, they shook their heads when they heard this. Ji Wuchang and Duan Lingtian did not have any grudges, and he admitted that he was no match for Duan Lingtian. So he did not feel that there was anything wrong with not challenging Duan Lingtian. However, Du Pejuan's expression was somewhat unsightly. Normally, with the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the 10,000 Demon sect, he would definitely challenge Duan Lingtian. However, he was also worried that Duan Lingtian would hold a grudge and attack him severely. Once Duan Lingtian injured him, the other 2 people in the top 10 who were ranked behind him might challenge him. At that time, he might fail miserably. He did not know if the 2 people behind him knew about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the 10,000 Demon sect, but they did not challenge him until now. It was as if they had intentionally left the opportunity to challenge him until the end. Since that's the case, the next battle for first place will be decided between Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiando. Lan Yushan spoke again. If the rest of you have any objections, you can voice them out. As soon as Lan Yushan finished speaking, no one spoke. The others clearly did not have any objections. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength had been defeated there, and they were wholeheartedly convinced. Since that's the case, let's first confirm the rankings. In the end, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiando will decide the final 1st and 2nd place. Lan Yushan said. Up until now, Hua Tiando had fought with almost all of the people behind him, and had defeated them. However, as soon as Lan Yushan finished speaking, Although one or two people at the bottom of the rankings had issued a challenge, they had all failed in the end. There was no change in the top 10 rankings. The 3rd place to the 10th place had been completely confirmed. The last battle, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu's battle. After this battle, the top 10 rankings will be completely confirmed, and this year's Hidden Dragon competition will also be completely over. As Lan Yushan spoke in a clear voice, his gaze was somewhat complicated. In the previous Hidden Dragon competition, the top few people had fought fiercely. However, in this year's competition, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu had appeared. Their strength was so strong that it practically crushed everyone else. Lingtian War Reverend, please collect. Lingtian War Reverend is the fastest to update. Chapter 38:15. Hua Tiandu was the young lord of the Donghua clan, a divine emperor-level sect. He was less than 8,000 years old. In the past, everyone said that he was as famous as Ji Wuchang of the Hanshu sect. Only today did everyone know that his strength was far greater than Ji Wuchang's. He was not someone Ji Wuchang could compare to. Even when he defeated Ji Wuchang, looking at Ji Wuchang's expression, it was obvious that he did not expect it. Obviously, Ji Wuchang did not know that Hua Tiandu was hiding such strong strength. Until now, Hua Tiandu had not used the power of his bloodline, but he had defeated a group of young experts, including Ji Wuchang, Miss Seven, and Du Pejuan. Previously, they were in the first group. Now it seems that there is an even higher group above the first group. There are only 2 people in this group, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu. Many people sighed. Based on the strength that Hua Tiandu and Duan Lingtian had displayed, they were not at the same level as Ji Wuchang and the others. Even if Duan Lingtian and Hua Tianfu were placed in the top divine emperor-level forces of Tunglung province, they would be rare geniuses of this generation. Especially Duan Lingtian. They even suspected that once the news of Duan Lingtian's age and corresponding strength spread, those top divine emperor-level forces would invite Duan Lingtian to join. At that time, unless Duan Lingtian refused. Otherwise, the Tianlong clan would not dare to keep Duan Lingtian. Those top divine emperor-level forces had divine emperors. They were not comparable to the Tianlong clan, which did not have any divine emperors in this generation. Duan Lingtian. Under the gazes of everyone present, Hua Tiandu's figure flashed to enter the combat ring, and he looked at Duan Lingtian from afar as he smiled lightly. Next, I'll let you and me battle to end this Hidden Dragon competition. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then his figure flashed as he entered the combat ring as well. The 2 of them stood facing each other, but there was no smell of gunpowder. Instead, it gave off a calm and peaceful feeling. However, in the eyes of the spectators, this calmness was like the calm before the storm. Between the 2 of them, who do you think is stronger? It's hard to say. Hua Tiandu hasn't used the power of his bloodline yet. According to what I know, his bloodline power is not weak at all. What bloodline does his bloodline power belong to? I don't know about that. I don't know. You said his bloodline power isn't weak? I heard about it. Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu entered the arena. Not only were the spectators staring at them, even the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain, and the 2 White Dragon Elders behind him were staring at them. This would be the Tianlong clan's last battle in this year's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. After this battle, the champion of the Hidden Dragon competition would be decided. Duan Lingtian, just give your avatar of the Law of Space a high-grade divine weapon. Hua Tiandu looked at Duan Lingtian calmly, and said in a calm tone as the aura of death spread from his body. He was skilled in the Law of Death. As Hua Tiandu spoke, everyone was shocked. Hua Tiandu, what does he mean? Isn't he afraid that Duan Lingtian's avatar of the Law of Space will use a high-grade divine weapon? He's so confident. Where did he get his confidence from? It seems that he might not only have an extraordinary bloodline power, but he might also have some tricks up his sleeve. While everyone was in an uproar, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile faintly. It seems that the young sect master is very confident in your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial storm began to wreak havoc on Duan Lingtian's body. Although Duan Lingtian was confident, He couldn't help but be cautious when facing Hua Tiandu, who was equally confident. One had to know that the strength he'd displayed earlier, even if he'd held back, was already not weak. In this hidden dragon competition, it was enough to easily defeat anyone other than Hua Tiandu. If you don't have an extra high-grade divine weapon, I'll give you a chance to borrow one now. Otherwise, you won't be able to borrow it in time. Hua Tiandu wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he gave Duan Lingtian a chance to borrow a high-grade divine weapon. This scene made the onlookers feel that Hua Tiandu was hiding a lot of his strength. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so confident. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits. His expression became slightly serious. Young sect master, you don't have to worry about this. Duan Lingtian, today will be the first time I'll show my full strength. Hua Tiandu took a step forward. Immediately, his aura underwent a world-shaking change. Then a figure shot out from within his body. It was another Hua Tiandu. However, this Hua Tiandu had blood-red eyes. Naturally, this was not Hua Tiandu's law clone. It was an undead clone condensed from the Law of Death's undead clone profundity. It was also known as the Death clone. This was a different concept from the Law of Death's clone. For example, Duan Lingtian's old friend, Ling Juiyun, was from a realm of gods. Like Hua Tiandu, due to the Supreme Powerhouse's bloodline, it was impossible for him to condense a law clone. It was impossible for him to condense a law clone, including the Law of Death's clone. However, the undead clone was an exception. This was because it was a clone condensed from one of the profundities from the Law of Death. Moreover, its strength was far inferior to a law clone. However, Duan Lingtian saw a layer of blood-red light shone from Hua Tiandu's undead clone as soon as Hua Tiandu formed his undead clone. Moreover, the undead clone's emotionless crimson eyes seemed to have turned lively as well. Swoosh! A divine artifact appeared in the undead clone's hand. Based on the aura it emitted, it was a prominent divine artifact. Hua Tiandu's main body also held a prominent divine artifact. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, Hua Tiandu and his clone both moved. They both unleashed their attacks. During this process, to the astonishment of the crowd, it was not only Hua Tiandu himself, but even his clone was able to use the laws of death at will. This clone did not look like an undead clone at all. It should be known that an undead clone could not use the law of death at will. It could only use the law of death that had been fused with the law of death. However, the law of death that Hua Tiandu had displayed was only the law of death that had been fused with 3 profundities. Naturally, it was stronger than the other participants of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. It was not inferior to the law of space that Duan Lingtian had displayed. Hua Tiandu only lacked 1 profundity from the law of death to fuse with 2 other profundities. He had already comprehended the fusion of the 3 profundities. He was only a step away from mastering the fusion of the 3 profundities from the law of death, and reaching perfection in the fusion of the 3 profundities. As long as he could master the fusion of the 3 profundities, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. That's bloodline energy. Hua Tiandu's bloodline energy can turn his undead clone into an existence similar to the Law of Death's clone? Doesn't that mean he also has the advantage that Duan Lingtian has? He has never used such a technique before. No wonder Hua Tiandu is so confident. With this technique, even if Duan Lingtian gave his clone the Law of Space a prominent divine sword, it would still be difficult for him to defeat Hua Tiandu. At this moment, apart from Hua Tiandu's father, the leader of the Donghua clan, everyone else, including the other members of the Donghua clan, was shocked. No one had expected Hua Tiandu to have such a technique. Before this, the reason why Hua Tiandu could easily defeat Miss 7, Ji Wuchang Du Pejuan, and the others was not because of the advantage that he had displayed, but because his comprehension of the law of space was far superior to Miss 7's and the others. Now, Duan Lingtian's law of space clone will probably be at a disadvantage against Hua Tiandu even if he has a prominent divine sword to rely on. The law of space that he used earlier was not as strong as Hua Tiandu's. Even if he uses the embryonic form of the Way of the Sword again, he probably won't be Hua Tiandu's match. Hua Tiandu's cultivation is 1 level higher than his. Under the unblinking gaze of the crowd, Duan Lingtian was also shocked by Hua Tiandu's technique. He had never imagined that Hua Tiandu's bloodline energy could make his clone, which was formed from the law of death's undead clone, become a law of death clone. Moreover, it could also use a prominent divine weapon. It should be known that an undead clone formed from the law of death's undead clone would not be able to use the power of a divine weapon. However, Hua Tiandu's undead clone, which was controlled by his bloodline energy, seemed to have transformed into a law of death clone. Moreover, based on the combat strength displayed by his clone, it was not any weaker than the law of space clone that used a prominent divine weapon. How shocking! The young sect master actually has such a technique. Duan Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. He knew that with Hua Tiandu's current strength, if he were to fight Miss Seven and the others with his full strength, it would be difficult for anyone to be a match for him, unless they were fast enough to dodge his attacks. Duan Lingtian, I look forward to the surprise you'll give me. If you only have the technique that you've displayed before, I'm afraid you won't be a match for me. However, my intuition tells me that your strength is not limited to this. When Hua Tiandu and his clone attacked Duan Lingtian together, he did not forget to speak. From his words, one could tell that he held Duan Lingtian in high esteem. However, the current Duan Lingtian did not show the slightest bit of shock when facing the powerful Hua Tiandu. He only appeared surprised. If Duan Lingtian only has the strength that he displayed before, he will definitely lose this battle. Many people sighed. Duan Lingtian did not disappoint Hua Tiandu. Under everyone's gazes, his law of space clone wielded a prominent divine sword and attacked his original body. Similarly, two prominent divine weapons were displayed. His sword doesn't seem to be yours? Linghu family's elder Linghu Huan looked at Linghu Zhengxing beside him and asked with a glare. He had only given Duan Lingtian a prominent divine sword, and he was certain that the sword that Duan Lingtian took out did not belong to his elder brother. It did not seem to belong to Linghu Zhengxing either. It doesn't. Linghu Zhengxing shook his head. I've seen all the prominent divine weapons in the family, including the ones in your hands. This sword doesn't belong to the family. It should be his. Chapter 38:16. His own. Linghu Huan's eyes widened. At the same time, his face was filled with regret. If I knew that this brat had a high-grade divine sword, I wouldn't have made that bet with him. If he really gets first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, my high-grade divine sword will really be his. At that time he will have two high-grade divine weapons, and I will only have one left. It was also because Linghu Huan didn't know that Duan Lingtian still had many high-grade divine weapons in his hands. Otherwise he would really go up and take back the high-grade divine sword that he had temporarily lent to Duan Lingtian. Are you showing off to me that you have two high-grade divine weapons? Linghu Zhengxing unhappily glared at Linghu Huan. Even he only had a single high-ranked divine artifact. Linghu Huan, on the other hand, was lucky enough to obtain a high-ranked divine sword. At this time, while Linghu Huan and Linghu Zhengxing were talking, the situation in the field changed. Whoosh! Whoosh! In front of everyone's eyes, whether it was Duan Lingtian's original body or his doppelganger, the spatial storm on their bodies became even more terrifying at this moment. The three profound meanings of the law of space merged and mastered. None of the profound meanings were excluded. Everything seemed so perfect and perfect. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's original body exchanged blows with Hua Tiandu's original body, and his doppelganger also exchanged blows with Hua Tiandu's doppelganger. During this process, Duan Lingtian's embryonic form of Sword Dao appeared in a timely manner. For a moment, whether it was his original body or his doppelganger, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu were evenly matched. The scene of Duan Lingtian falling into a disadvantage did not appear. Duan Lingtian, it seems that my intuition was correct. Hua Tiandu laughed as he fought with Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect that your attainments in the law of space would surpass my attainments in the law of death. Moreover, there is a difference of nearly 5,000 years between you and me. As he spoke, the smile on Hua Tiandu's face vanished, and was replaced by a look of shock. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that Duan Lingtian was less than 3,000 years old. Now that he mentioned it, those who were shocked by Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space, who were no weaker than most of the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, were suddenly shocked. That's right. Duan Lingtian was less than 3,000 years old. To have such strength before the age of 3,000, in Tunglung province, was simply shocking. Even if this Duan Lingtian started cultivating in his mother's womb and comprehended the laws of space, it's impossible for him to have such attainments at such a young age, right? In the realms of gods, I'm afraid only God Emperor or godly venerable god forces could produce such a genius. Don't forget, his attainments in the path of divine pills are not low either. Now that Duan Lingtian had displayed the fusion of all three profundities from the law of space, it was no surprise that it had caused a commotion. In the Sky Dragon sect, even the more outstanding inner sect elders had only comprehended so many profundities of the laws of Heavenly Dragon. In the Tianlong clan, as long as one's cultivation base was at the intermediate Celestial Emperor level and had comprehended the fusion of all four profundities, even if one had only comprehended one of the four profundities, one could become a White Dragon Elder. Of course, if one did not have the power of a bloodline, the requirements would be higher. However, those who could cultivate to the intermediate Celestial Emperor level had the power of a bloodline. Very few people did not. Being able to cultivate to such a level meant that one's innate talent was not bad. Generally, having good innate talent also meant that one's bloodline was not bad and could activate the power of a bloodline. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu fought to a draw. Unless I reveal some more trump cards, I won't be able to defeat Hua Tiandu. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh as he fought with Hua Tiandu. He did not expect the young lord of the Donghua clan to be so powerful. Based on the power that Hua Tiandu had displayed, he was probably not weaker than Yang Qinya, the number one person in the younger generation of the Thousand Demon clan. Yang Qinya had received invitations from the strongest emperor-level forces in Tunglung province because of his innate talent. It was said that he had already gone to one of the emperor-level forces. I did not expect Hua Tiandu to be so powerful. At this moment, Ho Qingning's expression was very serious. Based on the current situation, it will be extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian to defeat him. Ding Yan nodded in agreement. Of course, Ding Yan was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's power. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have grown to such a level after 30 years. Was this still the Duan Lingtian that he had fought in the Mist Academy in Wind City? He's so powerful. Among the crowd, there were many people from the Hidden Fog sect. Tang Wuyan, who had passed the Tianlong clan's outer sect disciple assessment and become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, looked at the purple figure in the field with a complicated expression. As proud as she was, she felt ashamed of her inferiority in front of this young man. Maybe everything is just my wishful thinking. I am not worthy of him. Tang Wuyan sighed. After the Hidden Dragon competition, I will return my outer sect disciple identity token and leave the Tianlong clan. Return to the Hidden Fog sect. I, Tang Wuyan, will never leave the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what Tang Wuyan was thinking. Now Duan Lingtian was thinking about whether he should show his strength and defeat Hua Tiandu. If I show my strength, I will definitely be exposed. There are so many divine emperors here. It will be extremely difficult to hide. I definitely can't use the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Once I use the sword Dao that I have just comprehended, I will probably become everyone's target. The embryonic form of the sword Dao can be said to be my luck, but if I use the true sword Dao, it will be equivalent to announcing to the world that my attainments in the sword Dao are not low. Do I have to use the rudimentary sword Dao of control? But if the rudimentary sword Dao is luck, then the rudimentary sword Dao of control is also luck? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? How many people will believe that? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on. To be honest, if he showed a little strength, he wouldn't lose a single piece of meat. But once he showed some strength, Not only would it arouse the jealousy of others, but those who were hostile to him might even take a step further in order to kill him. With the strength I show at my age, once news of this spreads, the strongest God-Emperor level influences in Tunglung province will most likely send people to invite me. There's no need to further show my worth. But if I don't further show my strength, it will be extremely difficult to defeat Hua Tiandu and obtain first place in the Hidden Dragon competition. If it was said that at the beginning, Duan Ling Tian was only interested in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, and didn't have much interest in the first place, then after he heard Xue Haichuan speak of the benefits of the first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, he instead wanted to seize the first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition this time. Xue Haichuan definitely wouldn't lie to him about this. But if he wanted to obtain first place now, there would be a certain degree of difficulty. Hua Tiandu's strength was beyond his expectations. One had to know that he originally thought that Hua Tiandu's strength was on par with Du Pejuan and Ji Wuchang, but he didn't expect that they were on a completely different level. Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts raced, he suddenly realized that Hua Tiandu's attacks had suddenly become hurried, as if he was fighting with his back to the wall. For a moment, Duan Lingtian, who didn't have time to unleash his next attack, was continuously pushed back by Hua Tiandu. Duan Lingtian is at a disadvantage? No. Hua Tiandu seems to be in a situation. While the spectators were in an uproar, Duan Lingtian also discovered that the bloody aura around Hua Tiandu's undead clone had actually started to dim. The power displayed by the undead clone had also weakened. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood why Hua Tiandu had suddenly unleashed his strength. It turned out that his bloodline power wasn't enough to support the undead clone. Without the support of bloodline power, the undead clone couldn't be used like a clone of the Edict of Death. When the bloodline power dissipated, the undead clone wouldn't be able to use high-grade divine artifacts. It wouldn't even be able to use ordinary divine artifacts or immortal artifacts. Moreover, it wouldn't be able to use the Edict of Death wantonly. There's no need to further expose my strength. As long as I can endure Hua Tiandu's short burst of strength, I can defeat him. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. While heaving a sigh of relief in his heart, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from Hua Tiandu's sight. Then he arrived beside his avatar of the Law of Space and attacked Hua Tiandu's avatar of the undead, consuming its bloodline power. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword energies formed by the spatial storms continued to fall on Hua Tiandu's avatar. The bloodline power on the avatar was rapidly being depleted. Although Hua Tiandu's original body wanted to clash head-on with Duan Lingtian with explosive power, as if he wanted both sides to suffer, Duan Lingtian wouldn't let him do as he wished. For a time, Hua Tian was powerless. Duan Lingtian is exhausting Hua Tiandu's bloodline power. It seems like Hua Tiandu's bloodline power is still limited. However, I can confirm that most bloodline powers are inferior to law avatars. Isn't this a little unfair? Why are those who aren't natives of the realms of gods able to form law avatars? There's nothing unfair about it. Since we were born, we've been given cultivation resources and an environment that those from the Devata realms can't compare to. Moreover, our ancestors were supreme powerhouses who came from the Devata realms. At this moment, many people had already guessed the outcome of the battle. Just as everyone had expected, Duan Lingtian managed to deplete Hua Tiandu's bloodline energy in just 15 minutes. After the avatar of the undead was reduced to its original form, Duan Lingtian defeated Hua Tiandu in just 2 moves. He had obtained the first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. Duan Lingtian defeated Hua Tiandu and obtained the first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. A message was sent from the Flame Dragon Arena to a certain place in the Tianlong Temple. Immediately, an order was transmitted from that place. Kill Linghu Renjia. Chapter 38:17. Duan Lingtian smoothly obtained first place in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon competition. Little Tian, congratulations. Dongfang Yannian was the first to congratulate Duan Lingtian via sound transmission. At the same time, The way he looked at Duan Lingtian had changed quite a bit. One must know that before this, he was friendly to Duan Lingtian mostly because of his relationship with Xue Haichuan. But now, the potential that Duan Lingtian displayed completely convinced him. If he didn't have a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's background, he would really find it hard to believe that this was a young genius who wasn't even 3,000 years old. Brother Yannian, apart from the Emperor Connection Divine Pellet, what other rewards are there for first place in the Hidden Dragon competition this time? Duan Lingtian asked Dongfang Yannian curiously. Dongfang Yannian smiled and said, "The rewards are quite generous. Apart from the Emperor Connection Divine Pellet, there's also," as Dongfang Yannian continued, Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually lit up. Because apart from a high-quality divine artifact, the rest of the rewards that Dongfang Yannian mentioned were all things that he urgently needed. All of them were items that were helpful to cultivation. Moreover, he could actually enter the Tianlong clan's Chamber of Laws to comprehend the laws for a year. Although a year wasn't a long time, after all, he had stayed in the Linghu family's Chamber of Laws for a whole 3 years. But the Tianlong clan's Chamber of Laws allowed him to comprehend the fusion of 3 profundities. In the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian had comprehended all the profundities apart from the laws of space and time to the fusion of 2 profundities. With this foundation, if he stayed in the Tianlong clan's Chamber of Laws for a year, he could completely comprehend the fusion of 3 profundities of several laws. Since when did profundities of laws become so easy to comprehend? While Duan Lingtian was excited, he couldn't help but sigh ruefully. If I can comprehend the other 7 laws apart from the law of time to the point where I can fuse 3 profundities and form a law clone, how strong would my strength be? At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that although the natives of the realms of gods possessed the power of bloodlines, they were not at an advantage compared to his law clones. Not only did he not gain any advantage, he even suffered a huge loss. Duan Lingtian knew the world was fair. Even if the natives of the realms of gods were at a disadvantage in this aspect, they had other advantages that the people from the Devata realms could not compare to. Among the powerhouses in the Heavenly Dragon sect, how many of them were from the Devata realms? How many of them were natives of the realms of gods who did not possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse? Speaking of which, Ker's reincarnation can be considered a blessing in disguise. After her reincarnation, her new body doesn't have the bloodline of a supreme master. Although she doesn't have the bloodline power, she can still form a law clone. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with confusion when he thought about Ker. Was Linghu Chuin really Ker? They were very similar. However, unless Linghu Chuin personally confirmed it in front of him, he did not dare to be 100% sure no matter how much he felt Linghu Chuin resembled Ker. I don't know where Ku Er went. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Congratulations, Duan Lingtian. The Hidden Dragon competition had officially come to an end with the battle between Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu. Although Hua Tiandu was defeated, he still maintained his composure. After healing his injuries, he congratulated Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. I hope you'll take care of me and the Tianlong clan in the future. You're welcome, young sect leader. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and nodded with a smile at Hua Tiandu. Although he was not familiar with Hua Tiandu, since the other party was so polite, he naturally could not treat him coldly. Moreover, he had no enmity or conflict with the other party. If it was the Du brothers, Du Pujuan and Du Qianjun brothers, he might have directly ignored them. After defeating Hua Tiandu, there was a wave of congratulations from the surroundings. Duan Lingtian could not greet everyone, so he just nodded with a smile. At the same time, he thought of the person who threatened him with a sound transmission that day. Patriarch, I won first place in the Hidden Dragon competition. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Linghu Renjia, and Linghu Renjia quickly replied. I knew you would definitely be first. Congratulations. Patriarch, you should be careful. Duan Lingtian said. Haha, don't worry. Even if it wasn't a joke, it won't be that easy to kill me. Linghu Renjia laughed. Hearing Linghu Renjia's laughter, the worry in Duan Lingtian's heart lessened by a lot. You kid, quickly return the high-grade divine sword to me. At this moment, Ling Huhuan also walked up and clamored for Duan Lingtian to return his high-grade divine sword. However, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, "Elder Huan, didn't you say that as long as I won first place in this hidden dragon competition, you would give that sword to me?" "What? Are you regretting it?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "That's because I didn't know you had a high-grade divine weapon," Ling Huhuan said unhappily. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then with a raise of his hand, he really did return the high-grade divine weapon that Ling Huhuan gave him, because he really did not lack high-grade divine weapons. Not to mention that he already had one. Even if he won first place in this hidden dragon competition, he would still be able to obtain a high-grade divine weapon, and he could choose the type. It was fine if he wanted a sword or a blade. However, seeing Duan Lingtian hand over the sword, Ling Huhuan was embarrassed. "Kidding. I was just joking. A loss is a loss." "I, Ling Huhuan, am not so unwilling to admit defeat." Ling Huhuan waved his hand, and in the end he did not accept the high-grade divine sword that Duan Lingtian handed over. However, since Duan Lingtian took it out, he naturally did not plan to return it, and in the end he returned it to Ling Huhuan's hands. As for Ling Huhuan, he wanted to cry but had no tears. Did he care about this high-grade divine sword? He really did not care. Moreover, he gave Duan Lingtian a high-grade divine sword, which was actually equivalent to a favor. He never thought that with a joke, this favor would be gone. Looking at Duan Lingtian's appearance, he clearly knew that as well. At that instant, Ling Huhuan truly felt that he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. "Kid, why don't we make a deal? You still keep this divine weapon?" Ling Huhuan said with a smile. With the potential that Duan Lingtian had shown, his future achievements would definitely be above his. How could a high-grade divine weapon compare to a favor from Duan Lingtian in the future? However, Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to him. This old man was very bad. He had returned the favor with great difficulty, yet he still wanted him to owe him a favor? What a joke! "I'm not stupid." At that moment, Ling Hujingxing also congratulated Duan Lingtian. Even Ling Huheng, who had not spoken all this time, nodded at Duan Lingtian. His stiff and thin face revealed a rare smile that was uglier than crying. "Speak to your elders properly. After today, your elders will no longer be able to stay in my Tianlong temple." The voice of Elder Black Dragon Lan Yushan entered the ears of everyone present. "Tomorrow morning, there will be people who will go to your temporary residences and bring you to your future cultivation grounds in the Tianlong clan. For the people who obtain the top 100 rankings of the Hidden Dragon competition, there will be elders who will deliver your rewards to you in a few days. In the next few days, it's best that you don't enter closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, if you miss out on the rewards, the clan will not compensate you in the future." After Lan Yushan finished speaking, he left with Dongfang Yannian and the other elder white dragon. Before leaving, his deep gaze fell on Duan Lingtian for a moment before leaving. As for the 10 inner sect elders who were in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition, they also left. The Tianlong clan elders and disciples that came to watch also left one after another at this time. Only a group of new disciples of the Tianlong clan, who were participating in the Hidden Dragon competition, and their elders remained to talk. At this time, many people brought their juniors over to get closer to Duan Lingtian. "Exalted Duan, in the future my family's boy will be your junior apprentice brother. I hope you can take care of him a little." "Exalted Duan, I also have a daughter who is as beautiful as a flower. Do you want to consider her?" "Exalted Duan." The current Duan Lingtian was surrounded by people like a moon surrounded by stars. He was the center of attention. In a corner where he couldn't see, the Hidden Fog Sect's Tang Huiyan had at some unknown time arrived in front of the Hidden Fog Sect's sect master Qianyin. She said to Qianyin, "Sect master, I regret this. I want to return to the Hidden Fog Sect." Duan Lingtian. At some unknown time, Miss Seven from the God King level sect Myriad Flower Valley arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. "Now can you bring me to Sishua Haichuan?" "Of course." Duan Lingtian was surrounded by people. Just as he was preparing to escape, Miss Seven's arrival gave him a way out. "Come with me." As his voice fell, Duan Lingtian brought Miss Seven away. At the same time, he didn't forget to send a sound transmission to Linghu Zhengxing and Elder Heng Huan. Ding Yan, do you think that Miss Seven has taken a fancy to Duan Lingtian? Ho Qingning asked with a smile. As for Ding Yan, he rolled his eyes at Ho Qingning. What? Are you jealous? At this time, Murong Inua looked at Ho Qingning with an unfriendly gaze. Ho Qingning couldn't help but look away in embarrassment. I was just joking. At the same time, news of Duan Lingtian winning first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition spread like a hurricane through the entire Tianlong clan. Perhaps not many people went to watch the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. However, there were still many people watching the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Many people were waiting for the results. When the results of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition came out, everyone was shocked. Duan Lingtian, who isn't even 3,000 years old, won first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition? Duan Lingtian, who isn't even 3,000 years old and is a middle divine king. He condensed a doppelganger of the law of space, fused the three profundities of the law of space to perfection, and grasped the embryonic form of the way of the sword. Hua Tiandu, who isn't even 8,000 years old, and is a high divine king. He fought to a draw with Duan Lingtian using the power of his bloodline. He was only defeated by Duan Lingtian when the power of his bloodline dissipated. His strength isn't below the number 1 core disciple of the 10,000 demon sect, Yang Qianya. These two people. I'm afraid that before long, those God Emperor level forces will send people over and extend an olive branch to them. Regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian or Hua Tiandu, they both became the focus of attention of the Tianlong clan in the following period of time. At the same time, a crisis was approaching Linghu City, where the Linghu family was located. More accurately, it was approaching the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. If you like Ling Tian War Reverend, please bookmark it. Ling Tian War Reverend is the fastest to update. Chapter 38:18. In the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia had a solemn expression on his face after he ended the voice transmission with Duan Lingtian. It was a stark contrast to the calm expression he had when Duan Lingtian had sent him the voice transmission. Someone had threatened Duan Lingtian that if Duan Lingtian dared to enter the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon competition, they would take his life. Although he also felt that there was a high chance that someone was joking. Nevertheless, he had to be cautious. I didn't expect that at such a critical moment, there would still be. Linghu Renjia sighed. Then he took out a jade slip that was enshrouded in a mysterious light and crushed it. He then muttered, I only hope that I didn't delay her matters. At this moment, a silhouette appeared in Linghu Renjia's mind. It was a beautiful silhouette, a beautiful woman. However, in the blink of an eye, the beautiful woman changed. She became a young lady, a little girl. I really didn't expect that. The girl who used to chase after me in the past would grow to such an extent today. What exactly did she experience when she went to the world of divine remains? She seems to have changed completely when she came back this time. As Linghu Renjia sighed, a hint of heartache flashed across his eyes. She must not have had a good time these years. It's a pity that she's too stubborn and refuses to say anything. Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation on Linghu Renjia's side. After he brought Miss Seven to Xue Haichuan's place, he left sensibly without waiting for Xue Haichuan to speak. He returned to his temporary residence in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range. As for the 3 elders of the Linghu family, he had already informed them, so there was no need for him to bid them farewell. However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, when he returned to his temporary residence, Ho Qingning was standing outside waiting for him. Why aren't you going back to your room? Why are you standing here waiting for me? Duan Lingtian. But now, Ho Qingning seemed to have changed into a different person. He was no longer as frivolous as before. His face was solemn and serious. Was it your idea? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. What did he mean? He didn't understand. Did you ask her to send someone to find my father, and ask him to propose marriage to the Morong family? Ho Qingming asked grumpily. Fortunately, his father had not acted on his own. Otherwise, he would still be in the dark. However, according to his father, if this matter was not resolved properly, it would not be good for their 10,000 Leaves sect. Aren't you interested in her? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and only now did he realize what Ho Qingming was talking about. Isn't this just right? When Ho Qingming heard this, his expression softened quite a bit, but his gaze was still unkind. I've already asked third miss. You've been instigating her since long ago. To think that I misunderstood and thought that you really… Ho Qingming didn't finish his sentence, but Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Why aren't you continuing? If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have known that you have such deep feelings for her. Speaking of which, you should thank me. If this was my hometown, you would have to give me a referral fee. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian's hometown was naturally the Yanhuang realm's earth, not the mundane realm's Saint Region realm. Ho Qingming glared at Duan Lingtian when he heard this, but he didn't continue the topic. I'm not waiting for you here entirely because of this. Duan Lingtian, I've heard many people say that with your and Hua Tiandu's performance this time, the strongest God Emperor forces in Tunglung province will probably send people to invite you to their place. What do you think? Do you want to stay in the Tianlong clan, or go to their place? Ho Qingming asked. This was also the reason why he was standing here, and waiting for Duan Lingtian to come back. We'll see. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled casually. Ho Qingming asked this question because when he sent 7th Miss to Xue Haichuan's place, Xue Haichuan had also asked him about it, and didn't really recommend him to go. Although the development there was better, and the competition there was greater, sometimes it wasn't a matter of competition. If Duan Lingtian went there, it would be fine if he was willing to take the initiative to look for a backer. But Xue Haichuan saw that Duan Lingtian didn't intend to become a disciple of anyone. This situation was disadvantageous to Duan Lingtian. In fact, this was similar to what Duan Lingtian had thought before. A large part of the reason why he tried to keep a low profile was because of this. We'll see when the time comes. Ho Qingming frowned slightly. Duan Lingtian, I feel that this matter isn't urgent. In the Tianlong clan, you can rely on the Linghu family and Elder Xue Haichuan. But if you go to those God Emperor level forces, with your character, even if you don't offend them, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. It's not good for you. I suggest that before you break through and become a God Emperor, there's no need to go to those forces. Ho Qingming gave the same suggestion as Xue Haichuan. I'll think about it. Duan Lingtian nodded but didn't give Ho Qingming a definite answer. Finally, under Ho Qingming's worried gaze, he returned to his room. If those God Emperor level forces really send people, should I go? After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed, and considered this question seriously. Brother Haichuan and Ho Qingming's suggestions are good. However, apart from my innate talent and comprehension, I also have the ability to refine pills. If I keep the fact that I can refine limited king-grade divine pills, those God Emperor level forces will fight to get me to join them. After all, even an Emperor-grade divine pill master would find it difficult to refine king-grade divine pills. Duan Lingtian weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Why had he come to the realm of gods in such a hurry? Wasn't it to improve his strength so that he could enter the world of divine offering 300 years later, rescue Ku'er, and gain the recognition of the family behind Ku'er? I'll think about it carefully. Whether it's staying in the Tianlong clan, or joining one of those God Emperor level forces, there are pros and cons. I'll weigh the pros and cons before I make a decision. For now, I should wait for the rewards of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian was no longer in a hurry. He calmed himself down and closed his eyes to cultivate. That night, apart from the 3 elders of the Linghu family, the people from the other God Emperor level forces, and the elders of the Tianlong clan's new disciples were brought away from the Tianlong temple. Early the next morning, Dongfang Yannian, the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, appeared and brought Duan Lingtian and the other new inner sect disciples to the cultivation area of the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciples. As for the outer sect elders, they were brought away by another white dragon elder. In the Tianlong clan, to become an inner sect disciple, the God King stage is the threshold. However, not everyone can become an inner sect disciple after becoming a God King. It also depends on the profundities one has comprehended. Along the way, Dongfang Yannian spoke frankly with assurance. Perhaps all of you came from God Emperor level sects. In God Emperor level sects, above the inner sect disciples are the core disciples. In our Tianlong clan, above the inner sect disciples are the Azure Dragon disciples. Any inner sect disciple under the age of 10,000 can challenge the Azure Dragon disciple test. If they succeed, they will become an Azure Dragon disciple. Azure Dragon disciples enjoy much better treatment in the sect compared to inner sect disciples. Let's not talk about anything else. Just take the secret chamber of the laws of the sect as an example. Unless an inner sect disciple uses a large amount of sect contribution points to exchange for time to cultivate, they won't be able to enter under normal circumstances. Azure Dragon disciples can enter the secret chamber of laws to comprehend the laws for free every year. When Dongfang Yannian spoke up to this point, the eyes of many people, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. They had all heard of Azure Dragon disciples before coming here. However, it was the first time they had heard of the exact treatment. In our Tianlong clan, there aren't many Azure Dragon disciples. Currently, there are only 70 or so people, and the upper limit is 100. During the most glorious time, the number of Azure Dragon disciples exceeded 100. At that time, the requirement to become an Azure Dragon disciple wasn't just to pass the test, but also to defeat one of the Azure Dragon disciples in order to replace them and become a new Azure Dragon disciple. Unlike now, where you only need to pass the test to become an Azure Dragon disciple. As Dongfang Yannian finished speaking, many people became restless. Dongfang Yannian had also noticed this. Many of you have a chance to become an Azure Dragon disciple. For example, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu. As long as they participate in the test, if nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely become Azure Dragon disciples. As for Ji Wuchang Du Pejuan, 7th young lady, and the others, they also have a chance. This year's Hidden Dragon competition is the most dazzling competition in the history of the Tianlong clan. It's enough to be recorded in the history of the Tianlong clan. For example, in the previous Tianlong Grand competition, the person who obtained first place at that time only had strength comparable to the few of you. As Dongfang Yannian spoke up to hear, he glanced at Ji Wuchang, Du Pejuan, 7th young lady, and the others. In an instant, even more people's gazes landed on Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu. These two people were, without a doubt, monsters among them. We've arrived. Soon Dongfang Yannian's voice sounded. At this time, Duan Lingtian also saw that they had arrived within a vast and narrow canyon. On the two sides of the canyon, there were many courtyards with individual houses hidden within. Moreover, in front of these courtyards, there were some blank stone tablets, and some had stone tablets with names carved on them. You can all occupy the courtyards with blank stone tablets in front of the courtyards. However, before you occupy them, you must carve your names on the stone tablets. This way you can avoid being disturbed in conflict. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, everyone nodded. At the center of the canyon, there was an enormous palace. Many people were going in and out, and it seemed to be quite lively. That's the Internal Affairs Hall. The word, Internal Affairs in the Internal Affairs Hall represents the meaning of intersect missions, and not another literal meaning. When he saw Duan Lingtian and the others' gazes land on the palace, Dongfang Yannian timely opened his mouth to explain. If you want to earn sect contribution points, you can go inside and accept missions. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.